weekend. Well, they say nothing good comes easy, and nothing easy's good, and that's what we're running into here with the NLL quarterfinals. Toronto Rock hosting the Saskatchewan hosting the Toronto Rock. We are live this evening at Testel Center. It's Cody Janzen with you, Keegan Bell, Sean Slatt along as well. We are working through some technical difficulties, so let's hope we can get those dialed in as the pregame show rolls along. Let's bring in our friends now, Sean Slatt and Keegan Bell. Fellas, when you look at this game, it's a rematch of a week ago. Sean, I'll start with you. Where is the pressure on?
You see that offense that Toronto has, with CJ Kirst, Mark Matthews likely back in the lineup. They're going to have their hands full tonight.
Keegan, looking at last weekend, what does Saskatchewan have to do different? They did win the game, but it doesn't end up as a perfect victory despite the first half being an atrocious start once again.
I mean, you saw it last night with the Vancouver and the Halifax game. These one game elimination, it's a coin toss. Anyone can win on any given night. I think for the Rush tonight, pushing the ball in transition, and like Sean said, the defense and Frankie being big back there is going to be huge for the Rush. Obviously, getting the offense rolling early is going to be huge. And yeah, having a better start always helps.
They definitely need a better start. Hey, pregame show is brought to you by CoolBet, best place to bet on National Lacrosse League. Always the best odds, quick and easy deposits and withdrawals. Focus on transparency, responsibility, and security. CoolBet.com. All right, we will get to a lot of your comments and more, plus some interviews. Holden Garland and Zach Mans will join Jackson Emery on the broadcast. I had to sit down with Derek Keenan as well. Matthew Carrick's going to hop on the show as well. Adrian Sorichetti. Let's talk about that goaltending matchup a little bit. Keegan Bell brought it up here. The one guy I think the only Saskatchewan Rush player ever to play forward, defense, and goalie. Beller, what makes Frank Chiliano such a elite goaltender, and what's he done differently in his career to be playing the best lacrosse in his mid-30s?
I mean, he is so sound as a goaltender. I'm shooting on him every week. It's not an easy task. One of those guys that you score on him in practice and you're throwing a little bit of a fist bump. You're happy about it. So I think his biggest thing is his angles. He plays his angles so well. He takes up a lot of the net, obviously, and he's fast. For a big guy, he moves really well. So he's a tough goalie to play against. I think he's gotten better. He's aged like fine wine.
So, Sean, when you look at this matchup, who's got the edge in goal?
No, that's a great question. I would probably give Frankie a little bit of the edge. I mean, we've seen kind of how Nick Rose does in the playoffs. Sometimes he kind of falls off a little bit. But at the same time, you saw once he came back from injury this past year, he looked really good in goal. But I think I'm going to give the edge a little bit to Frankie just because you do see Rosie kind of jump off the edge a little bit when it comes to playoff time.
Yeah, we saw him out of tough playoffs last year. Of course, if you're watching live on YouTube, NetFront Sports, home of the Rocky Mountain Lacrosse League, let us know where you are tuning from. It's Cody Janzen, Keegan Bell, Sean Slatt with you here. We will get to everything on the pregame show. Let's talk a little defense because Toronto does have a couple of bodies banged up. Saskatchewan coming in relatively healthy here. Keegan, it looks like Bobby Kidd III's back in. Would assume that means Levi Virch is out. How much does it help this Rush team that they've had mostly the same defense as they had last year?
I mean, definitely. All those bumps and bruises that you take throughout playoffs last year, definitely did not go the way that we wanted to, but these are all lessons that you learn through the way, right? Sometimes you got to learn the tough way, and losses sometimes turn into learning lessons, right? So I think being able to grow with the group, everyone growing together, learning together, figuring everything out as a unit makes the world the difference. And I think it's going to give them the upper hand today, to be honest with you. I think the transition game, if the Rush run in transition tonight and you get a couple extra goals in transition, I think the Rush are in really good shape.
We will get to the transition game, and I want to ask Adrian Sorichetti about that. Obviously, he was a little bit ahead of his time to some extent compared to this Toronto or Saskatchewan Rush team, where the transition game is really where this defense is built around. Sean, how does Saskatchewan get through Toronto's defense a little earlier in this one compared to a week ago?
Yeah, no, that's a great question, and I agree with Keegan. I think one thing is pushing the pace for sure, and again, making sure everyone gets their touches. And I would like to see a little bit more physicality on offense too. A little bit more guys saying picks, getting down low, kind of maybe avoiding a little bit more of those outside shots and getting down low and really challenging Rosie.
Holden Garland, obviously one of the leaders of this defensive squad. He's down with Jackson Emery.
Thank you very much, Cody, here with Holden Garland. Holden, it's playoffs, it's game day. Kind of take me through the emotions right now. How are we feeling?
Yeah, it's exciting. You play 18 games to kind of get to this position to be able to host a playoff game. So, getting that one last week against Toronto and then kind of a weight lifted off our shoulders, and we come into this one. I can't speak for everyone, but I think we're an excited group and excited to play on a home floor. And obviously these do or dies. You see what happened with Vancouver, so can't take anything lightly. And we just got to come out and play a full 60.
It's the calm before the storm, but how cool is it to see what this building is capable of? There's not a lot of people here right now. The towels are quiet, but in a couple minutes time, that's going to change. Does that just build up the emotion and the excitement and just kind of the urge to get out there and get going?
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, it's a very exciting time. Our goal is to go deep in the playoffs, and Toronto's just another team that's in our way. And like I said, we can't take them. Can't take them lightly, and it's an exciting time. The fans are great here, and we gotta work hard to get through these guys and hopefully go on a little run.
How unique is this matchup? Because it's not just a back-to-back, but last weekend was the regular season against Toronto, and this weekend it's the start of a new season, playoffs. Can you look back on last week's game, or is it kind of a whole fresh sheet and really forget about last weekend?
Yeah, we know that we're going to get their best. Last week's kind of out of the back of our minds now, and playoffs is a different animal. Getting that experience last year and going on that run to the finals against Buffalo in an atmosphere that's very hard to play in front of 20,000 is huge for us. I think everyone in our roster has played a playoff game now, so we got to build on the momentum from last week as well as last year. We know what it takes to get there, and we just got to finish the job this year.
Holden, thank you so much, and good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Back up to you, Cody.
Thank you, Jackson. Looking at this one, the defense is obviously going to be huge. You look at the experience the Saskatchewan Rush lineup has. Yes, Holden Garland, maybe a little bit less. He's only played 6 playoff games. Last year was his only playoff run so far as a pro, but he's 29 years old in year 6 in the NLL. You look at others. Matt Hossack's played 17 playoff games. He's only 31 years old. You've got a lot of other guys, including Mike Messenger, 15 games played, NLL champion at 32. You have guys in their prime who have an opportunity to make a massive impact on this contest, because it is very likely Mark Matthews is back in the lineup. Keegan, I want to start with you because you would have played against Mark. What makes this guy so damn tough to defend?
I mean, it starts with his size, right? He's a big guy. He carries his. He's always protecting his stick. He's keeping it to the outside. He's tough to defend. His passes are phenomenal, and he shoots the crap out of the ball. So either way you look at it, whether you want to take away his shot, he can pass. Whether you want to take away his passing, he's going to shoot it. He's really tough to defend against, but I think with the guys you mentioned and getting a little bit older, I think and Mark playing against most of the guys or playing with them, sorry, we got a little bit of an advantage because we know what he's like, what he's trying to do, what he's working with.
Well, obviously, him playing in Saskatchewan does help to some extent. Sean, let's look at that left side. You think about guys like CJ Kirst. You look about Owen Hilt, Stan Craig, obviously back in the lineup as well. Does this slow down the Toronto offense, and does that play into Saskatchewan's favor?
I think that's what it's going to really come down to. Kind of what you had mentioned there, Cody, is experience. Yes, you look at guys like Hiltz and CJ Kurtz, and the season they've had, Kurtz is likely going to be a front runner for Rookie of the Year. But then you look up and down the Saskatchewan lineup, and just experience is something you can't teach, right? As you mentioned, these guys are just getting into their prime now, and I think, at this level, at the playoffs, even those little rookie mistakes now could be big mistakes.
They definitely do add up, and Saskatchewan's obviously learned their lesson a couple of times. Maybe last year a bit of a sugarcoating on the playoff run, because some of the young guys get their first taste of experience and go all the way to the NLL Finals. A little different than someone who might have broke into the league, say 2019, when the Rush lose to Colorado in the first run. Now, that was a heartbreaking experience going to Game 3 of the Finals. Can't even imagine where that one begins. But when it comes to some of the guys, I do believe they learned a lesson, as Beller said, playing in front of that 20,000 fan crowd in Buffalo. The pressure and the adversity is second to none. All right, back to the YouTube chat here. Lucas listening from Whitby. What's up, buddy? Yeah, there is a lot of Whitby products on this Saskatchewan team. Look at the top. Derek Keenan, Brock Haley, Austin Shanks, Ryan Bartable, Matt Hosick. There is way too many to name in this game. Dawson says, does Messenger stay and play offense and try to open up more space, especially on the right side? I'll give that to a big body himself in Keegan Bell. When Messenger stays and plays on offense, how does that help? How does that change things up from when a Brock Haley or Josh Zawada is on offense with guys like Robert Church and Austin Shanks?
Definitely. I mean, Mess is a mountain of a human. He is huge. I think him being able to go down there and open up space it gives definitely guys a little bit more time, a little bit more room, and he's a guy that we know can handle the ball. He's played offense in this league before. He can score. He's got great stats this year coming out the back gate and running in transition. I think it's a great idea. I think he's going to have the full green light anytime he wants to stay and play. He can. It's tough in this league as a guy that tried to do that a little bit, not as good as Mess, but tried.
Hey, a lot more games than the average person.
Well, it's a gasser. It's a gasser. You get gas staying on both sides, especially if you have a face-off guy that in Naso, phenomenal, doesn't play as many D reps. That just means you got 9 D guys going out the back. So when you stay and play, you're due up next on the bench. You get a little tired after a little while. So I think him staying and playing, he should, and I think he will. But I think it's going to make a massive difference with him down there.
Keegan, how unreal has it been seeing Jake Naso score back-to-back 2-goal games?
That was electric, wasn't it?
I
loved it.
Phenomenal.
He honestly is the best guy too. He is so quiet. We had a game last year. He won the player of the game jacket, and we went to Winston's after. So we're at the Irish bar having some Guinness, and there was a live band playing. Naso hopped up on the stage in the player of the game jacket and played Coldplay on the violin in front of the whole bar.
Just a weapon.
He can do everything. And obviously he can score.
I mean, it's not surprising. Like, face-off guys have to have ridiculous hands, right?
For sure. That guy is so fast. I tried to take a couple draws with him at practice. I was more of the dummy guy that was like, all right, I need some practice. Get Beller in here, just put his stick down. I could not even, I wasn't even close, even trying to cheat. It was insane. He
Wow,
is so
humble
fast.
brag. I'm 1-0 against Naso. Were you out there for that, Beller?
Who's 1-0 against Nason?
I'm 1-0 against Naso.
I don't believe that.
There is video evidence. Omrin and Brad, someone, I think it was Omrin, 99%, has the video somewhere.
Well, good thing there's no chance of you putting a video of that up.
If we would have got that up, Beller, it still lives somewhere. We just got to find the memory card or something.
Well, hey, if you got the proof, let's see it.
I definitely didn't go early either. I think Jeremy Talevi might have said I went early, but everyone knows he's not a ref.
He's pretty close.
He's not bad. Okay. Okay, let's get back to the goaltending battle here. Nick Rose, .815 save percentage on the season, 9.17 goals against average, is only 5-10 in the playoffs, mainly with Toronto. Tough go last year with Calgary. They obviously get bounced by Halifax in the first round. I don't know how much we have to blame on Calgary and their defense for that performance, but Sean, if Saskatchewan's going to have success on Nick Rose, what do they have to do?
I think a lot of what you saw last week in the final game of the season, get shots on net, good shot selection, and, really challenge him, get down low. That being said, I mean, we've seen Nick Rose has had an up and down season this year. He struggled a little bit early, got injured, came back from his injury, and he looked a lot better. But I think you really got to make sure you get shots on net, have smart shot selection, and just make sure you're getting those shots on net. And eventually they're going to drop for you.
Now, my player tonight to watch is Zach Mans. He's got 10 points in 2 games versus Toronto this season, 27 points in 6 playoff games last season. I just feel like he brings that swagger, brings that energy. Sean, is this the guy who the Rush need to haul water tonight if they are to win and advance to the semifinals?
Oh, 100%. I think, Zach Mans is one of those guys that they're the straw that stirs the drink, right? If he's not going, I think you see the rest of the offense struggle. I think you got to see him going. Like you mentioned, his numbers are pretty good. So if he can just keep it up, get him the looks that he needs, and he should have a good night.
Keegan, Zach Mans is going into his 4th time in the NLL playoffs. You've got to be his teammate a little bit. You've got to see him out on the West Coast too. How's he evolved his game over the last 5 or 6 years?
Honestly, Manzi has always been this good. He has always been this good. He is getting an opportunity here with the Rush where he can be a number 1 and number 2 offensive player. He didn't really get that as much in Toronto. He had a lot of guys that he was playing behind a little bit. He's finally getting to open himself up, play the game that he wants to and can. You got a little nugget here on Zach Mans.
Yes,
all right.
Hit us.
Mans has either scored or assisted on 7 of the Rush's 12 game-winning goals this season. He has 4 game-winning goals. I think if Zach Mans gets going tonight, we are going to see a great performance out of the Rush.
There you go. Keegan Bell with one of his many nuggets he says he's pulled up for the pregame show here. The expectation's high. I know everyone's tuning in just for Keegan Bell and what facts he's going to pull out of this one. Goaltending, I think that it does come back to Zach Mans' style of play is what can be effective against a goalie like Nick Rose. He moves his feet, he's able to shoot around screens, and when you're a dynamic forward who can get to the shooter spots, unless you've got elite defenders on you, you're going to cause some chaos. Now that's where Toronto does have a bit of a one-up on Zach Mans. You've got a lot of different weapons you can put back on him, a Sam English, Brad Cree, Billy Hostrauser, Jackson. They do have a deep defense. You think of Latrell Harris, those two former roommates back in their Toronto Rock days. There is a lot that this team can do to slow down a player like Zach Mans. Let's go down, though. Jackson Imbrink standing by.
Thank you, Cody, here with Zach Mans. Zach, it's game day, playoffs. How are we feeling? Where's the excitement level at?
Excitement levels at all-time high. These are the type of games that you want to play in. This is why you work in the regular season, so we're happy to be here.
Take me back to last weekend. Same opponent. It was a regular season, Toronto. What did you make of last weekend's game and personally your game?
I thought it was a great game from both sides. They're a fantastic team, and like they got it all on their team as well as us. So it's always going to be a good competition, and I think that the intensity was great last weekend, but I think it's playoffs now, so it'll ramp up even more. So I think it'll be an intense game tonight.
How unique is that it's not just a back-to-back, but you're playing the same opponent? Last weekend was regular season, and this weekend it's playoffs. Is that somewhat of an advantage or a disadvantage?
I don't know if it's either. I think it's always fun seeing a team twice in a row because it's almost like a little bit of a chess match, seeing what teams switch up. So I think it's a bit of like the game within the game, which I think is cool.
Everyone was talking about how rowdy the crowd was last weekend, and we know how this building can get in playoffs. It's quiet right now, but you see the green rally towels, the calm before the storm. Kind of how much does that build the excitement level, knowing that this place is going to be loud and those towels are going to be waving through the crowd once opening faceoff hits?
I mean, yeah, it's where you want to be on a Saturday night if you're in Saskatchewan. I think last week it was the loudest I've heard it since I think our playoff win last year against Halifax. So you can tell the fans are excited for playoff lacrosse, as are we, and should be a great night tonight.
How much do you look back on last season's playoff experience? You guys were a win away from a championship. You guys had the great start up and down the second half of the season, but now the playoffs are here. Can you relate to last season at all?
Yeah, I think that we've been in that position now. I think that even this season, we've been in a lot of close games. So I think guys are battle tested. Guys are physically and mentally ready. And I think that if we leave it all on the floor here, we're gonna have a great chance.
And last question, do you look too much into it? This is a matchup against Toronto. Mark Matthews returning. You were involved in that trade, or does that get thrown out the window and this is just another game?
Yeah, I mean, it's something definitely that the media likes to talk about, but it's just another lacrosse game. No matter who we're going against tonight, it'll be the exact same. It's going to be 100% effort. So
awesome, Zach. Thank you very much. Good luck in the game tonight.
Thank you very much.
Back up to you, Cody.
Thank you, Jackson. Yeah, Zach Mans, maybe taking a shot at the media. Hey, I like that, though. That is something where you can tell the players are dialed in to what's happening in the league. For better or for worse, Zach Mans knows the chatter is out there, and the chatter is out there for good reason. Saskatchewan starts off the season 10-1, and then the slump hit. But you have to find a way to get the offense back on track. Lucas, am I expecting a low-scoring game like last week, 10-9, or a different storyline? So generally, these first round of playoffs are higher scoring than you'll see as the rounds go along. But with two defensive teams and great goaltenders like this, I think there is the argument to be made that a low-scoring game is in play. So you look at a guy like Zach Mans, who just went on an absolute tear last year in playoffs, 19 goals, 29 assists. Saskatchewan's going to have to find other ways to score, and I think the transition game's a big one. For that reason, if you are relying on your transition, we are probably looking at another 10-9 game. I don't see this one becoming a 15-13 shootout, and I don't think this is a 6-5 goalie duel. I don't think that these teams are built to play that style of way. Beller, we've seen it all with the Saskatchewan team. We've seen them play 7-4 games against Georgia. We've seen them play 20-15 games against Vegas. Am I on track, or what are you expecting to see tonight?
I'm with you on this one. I think it's going to be a tight, close-scoring game. I think, like we kind of been talking about, ideally, if you can get 4 goals in transition, you're laughing. One a quarter is going to make the world of difference, right? That just means if you can score 10 goals as an offense, playing 5-on-5 in power play, and you get that extra 4, that's 14 goals in a game. So all we can really ask for is a couple in transition. Keep it 5-on-5 for the most part. Obviously, we get a couple power plays. That'd be sweet. But I think overall, I'm looking at about 11 goals here. I got another little nugget here. When the Rush score 14 or more, they're 5-0. At home, they average across 9 games 10.7 goals. In 9 games this year, they've scored 11 or more, and they're 7-2 in those games. So I think we're looking at 11-9 kind of game going on here.
How do you process all those numbers, Beller?
Man, I'm a numbers guy. But on the other side of it, the Rock are 10-1 when scoring 10 or more this year. And they give up an average of 10.2 goals in away games this year. So this could easily be a 10-10 going into overtime.
Overtime would be absolutely electric. Come on, I would be all in for that. Okay, take us into the dressing room, though. You said you're looking for 4 goals in transition. Is this a Rush thing? Is this an NLL thing? Are you looking at 1 goal a corner? I'm just curious as to why you mentioned that.
This is just an overall, it was one of those things that we looked for on the Rush a little bit. It was one of those things when I was in Vancouver that we looked for. Same thing in Calgary. If we can get 4 goals in transition, that's kind of a golden number, right? You even think about, okay, like we score 6 in a game, you get the 4 in transition, that's 10, right? Usually we're feeling the rhythm of the game, and we're picking a number. We're sitting in the locker room, we're like, okay, 11's going to win this game. So if we can get those extra, if 4's a minimum number that we're shooting for, and we get 6 in transition, we're laughing. I think it's just a nice little goal. I tell my kids coaching too, I'm like, we need 3 to 4 goals in transition. It just helps everything move a lot more smoothly. 5-on-5 goals aren't the easiest thing to come by. Goals in transition, those can come a little bit more naturally. You get a little bit more time and space to figure out what you're doing, make some moves on the goalie, and hopefully capitalize.
And that is the way that Halifax had success on Nick Rose last year when he was with Calgary. Let's snap it over, though. Play-by-play voice of the Toronto Rock is on the line. Matt Carrick joins us live from out east. Matty, looking at this game from your perspective, what does Toronto have to do that they didn't do in the second half last week?
Well, first off, boys, thanks for having me. I just think it's a shots on goal percentage thing. I know they put 65 on net, but overall last week they were down to about 62, which is below their season average. So when they start missing those shots, it's usually ends up, quick transition back the other way, which kind of bit the Rock a few times last week. 6 of the 10 Saskatchewan goals that were scored in that game were either transition on the draw team or with the extra attacker. So when they're in that defensive set, and they can get settled in front of Nick Rose, he's an Angles goalie, all of that stuff, they're one of the best teams in the league. But for Saskatchewan, where they were really good, especially near the end of the game, was getting the Rock unsettled in defense, and we're able to capitalize there. So yeah, cleaning up those two things, and I think we're in for another good game.
So this Toronto Rock team is now getting Dan Craig, Mark Matthews back in the lineup. How does that affect the offense, and how does that help or hurt the youngsters on that left side?
Oh, well, it's definitely going to help. I don't think there's any way that it can hurt. With Matthews out over the last 2 games, Owen Hiltz, CJ Kirst only had 1 goal each, and they were split between the 2 games. So you've seen what they've done this year, and they've done it because of Mark Matthews. In talking to both of them at different times, they've talked about his leadership and kind of teaching them the next level of the game. Let's not forget CJ Kirst is still kind of learning box overall, but learning it at this level. So to have him back on the floor tonight is going to be massive for those two. And then for the power play as well, he's got 15 power play assists on the year, 3 goals for himself out of just the 22 that the Rock have scored. Like, not a great power play overall, but Mark Matthews is definitely the straw that stirs that drink. And with him out the last 2 games, the Rock were combined 0 for 8, including 0 for 4 last week.
Matt, quick one for you here.
Yep.
Before last week's win by Saskatchewan over Toronto, Toronto had won 5 straight in their last 6 meetings. What did the Rock have to do tonight to get back to that winning record?
Besides score one more.
You got me.
No. They've just all been so good games, even going back to the exhibition season. And they played incredibly well in the 13-9 here at home. So I think it'll be a challenge again in Saskatchewan. Just the crowd that you guys have out there is incredible. Such a great atmosphere. And I think that definitely helped, especially down the stretch last week. So for the Rock to, sounds cliche, get those early goals, let Rose see his shots. He's been the X factor since he's come back from injury. At one point, less than a 7 goals against average, I think it was, before last weekend. But, I'm expecting another close, tight game, and it may just come down to some of those simple things like that.
Matty, how does the power play get going for Toronto? I know their penalty kill was dynamite, but the power play struggled.
Yeah, that's sort of been the question all year, hasn't it? And Matt Sawyer, in our conversations with him and, Chow and Rogers, they all say, like, they're getting the looks that they want. They're just not burying. So they've tried different things, including putting a guy behind the net, either as a decoy or as the guy. The difference there is whether it's going to be Bushi or whether it's going to be Dowick back there. And I don't want to give too much of that away because he's sort of told it in confidence with us. But, they've tried so many different things, I think, over the course of the season. And starting off, I think they only had 2 goals. And it did get better, but that's been the question. There's too many good offensive weapons on this team. And maybe Dan Craig slots in somewhere. But, the lefties with Kirst, Hiltz, and Matthews – is he enough to just change the look there? I don't know.
Unreal. Thank you, Matty. I appreciate you taking the time.
No, I appreciate the invite, boys. Thank you so much. Good luck tonight. I hope you and all your listeners enjoy a good game. I'll be watching.
Toronto Rock play-by-play voice Matt Carrick there joins us on the pregame show. Sean, what do you make of what Matty said?
Yeah, it's interesting, especially you bring up the power play there and how they've been struggling, and that could definitely be a issue for Toronto. As Keegan just mentioned, 5-on-5 goals are hard to come by. You've got to capitalize on those chances when you have to, and if that's something the Rock can't fix, that could be a difference maker.
Beller, did anything stand out to you?
Other than him calling me out?
Yeah, that's of course. Someone has to.
I mean, he got me there. That was fair. No, I think the biggest thing there is going to be the power play, right? Right now, you got to think, looking at the stats, you're not the most scared to be shorthanded. But at the end of the day, you're still a man down. The stats up to this point don't mean anything. You're in the playoffs. This is like bite down on your mouth guard, clench your fists a little bit. It's playoff time. So you can't take anything that happened throughout the season and say this is what they're going to do. It's the playoffs. It's totally different.
Let's bring on Adrian Sorichetti here, 3-time NLL champ, former member of the Saskatchewan and Edmonton Rush, was a part of that 2015 team that beat the Toronto Rock in the NLL finals as well. Adrian, when you look at this matchup, even compared to a week ago, why does Saskatchewan have an edge tonight?
I mean, it's plain and simple. We're playing at home. It's obviously a packed-out arena. Emotions are high. There's a lot of history between these two teams. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we got you now.
Sorry. Working with a bit of technical difficulties over here.
We're good. We're dialed in now.
Perfect. I mean, Coach Keenan, he coached the Rock for throughout their time in the late 90s, early 2000s. He's been championship pedigree ever since he's been in the league as a player and a coach. He's been shaping and molding this Rush franchise for decades, as you know. And it's just a lot of emotions tonight. Both teams are scratching at the bit to just, let their horses run.
So, Adrian, when you think of the goaltending matchup here, now you're a D guy, so you've seen both goaltenders. Nick Rose, Frank Giuliano, who has the advantage?
That's a very loaded question. Both extremely tenured goalies in this league. Obviously, Frankie's got a lot to prove just because he's been in spots like this before where it's his game to win. And unfortunately, there's a game to lose, too. And I think that Frankie's been preparing for this moment. And he's got a strong defensive crew in front of him. And I think he's up for the challenge tonight. I think I'm going to give the lead to Frankie Giuliano. Sorry, Nick Rose.
Adrian, quick one for you here. What would you say are the biggest similarities or differences between this Saskatchewan Rush team versus the championship teams that you were on?
I think there's a lot of similarities. I think it's a young group. I feel like everybody has bought into the system. And what that system is dictate the pace, push the ball up the floor, make the smart decisions, and capitalize on chances when you can. So I think tonight it's going to be a battle in the corners. It's going to be the most athletic group wins, and it's going to be an interesting one to watch.
Hey, Adrian, just your thought as a player, about this, one and done in the first round of the playoffs. Just what are your thoughts on that?
I think we're reaching an interesting time in the NLL where I'm hoping they can obviously change that format because, as you saw last night, the top team, Vancouver Warriors, lost to the 8th seed Halifax Thunderbirds. And it's unfortunate because Vancouver's been kind of, forming their team for the past few years. And just one bad half has been, the end of their season, which is unfortunate. It would have been nice to see another matchup with them, but that's kind of playoff lacrosse, right? You got to deal with what you have, and best team wins at that night.
Beller, you can ask
Adrian,
about Churchy
guy.
or what?
Oh, yeah. I got one. Guy both of us got the pleasure to play with, Robert Church. How has Churchy changed his game since he came into the league and you were playing with him?
Honestly, Churchy has been lights out since the moment he started. Even in minor ball, I played against him in the junior ranks, and he was just one of those players that, whether he was not putting the ball in the back of the net, he was always working hard, cutting through, getting guys open. If he was shut down that night, he'd be moving the ball and trying to get other guys open. So I guess tonight, I think a lot of attention is going to be on him. He can't let that get under his skin, and he needs to get other players like Austin Shanks, maybe swing the ball a bit more, extend his D guy out a bit more, just create space for those other guys, because like I said, they're going to be on him, and when he does find space, time and room, he's going to bury the ball.
Adrian, you were a guy who obviously liked to push the pace too, wasn't afraid to play in transition. What's so impressive about this Rush team and guys like Jake Boudreau, Ryan Barnable, Matt Accioni? What stands out to you when you watch them?
I think the energy is like, you feed off that. And from a defensive standpoint, you play honest defense, you stop them, get the ball, move it up. And I think Keenan has allowed these guys to just play freely. They're not gripping their sticks. They're able to make decisions on their own, and they're not just, crossing half, feeding the ball over. They're kind of an elite level transition group. And I think on both ends, I can't just speak biasly on the Rush standpoint, but I feel like the league is going in that direction where if you can score 3 or 4 points in transition, the games are so tight now where teams are priding themselves on holding an offense to under 10 goals. So if you can score 2 or 3 in transition, it takes a lot of pressure off the O guys and allows a team to kind of sit back and just let their goalie make good saves.
All right, Adrian, we're going to leave it here. I'm curious about your 3 keys to the game tonight.
Well, you guys been chipping away at me here. I'm kind of digging into my good content.
Yeah, we have to.
Right on.
What's your 3 keys to the game?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were waiting till a little TV timeout. I would say from the Rock's perspective, they really have to keep the ball hot. The eyes are going to be on the younger guys like CJ Kurse, Owen Hiltz, Sam English. You got guys like Mark Matthews, who's going to be moving the ball. But in order to penetrate this Rush defense, you have to extend them. You have to keep the ball swinging. You have to push those guys out and create open spaces for these young athletes to get to the net and have a prime scoring chance. The second key to this game, I got to put Frankie on the hot seat. He's been in this league so long. As a defense, you need to let him build confidence. He needs to see these shots from the outside, the angles that he likes, and you got to build his confidence early so the defense can kind of take a deep breath and just fall into the game plan that they've set for themselves. The third key, like any other good lacrosse game, you have to score in transition. Like I mentioned earlier, this is going to be such a tight battle between the pipes. These young athletes are going to have to push the ball up the floor, make smart decisions, and just score when they can.
Adrian, you are a media mogul. Maybe after the post-game show, if the vibes are high, we'll get a couple of funny stories. That was all Derek Keenan set me up for, was just you have to ask Adrian this, that, and everything else. So I hope you're ready for some fun in the post-game show.
Hopefully we can fix this mic issue. It's a bit laggy in my ear. I feel like I'm talking to myself.
Oh, if I was a tech whiz here, we are going through the war zone right now, Adrian.
Okay.
We will work on fixing that, though. We will catch up with you at halftime as well. Adrian Sorichetti, 3-time NLL champion, joins us on the pregame show. All right, I got a chance to sit down with Derek Keenan earlier today. Real interesting to talk to a guy who's had so much success about the pressure of this game, especially after seeing the way Vancouver-Halifax went down last night.
All right, Derek, rematch of a week ago. What's practice and shoot-around been like for you?
It's been good. I think we've been pretty sharp. Energy level's good. Guys are pretty enthusiastic and positive. I mean, it can be beneficial that we're playing the same team for a week ago, but at the same time, they're in the same boat. So I'm sure they're watching the same film and seeing things that they can do to adjust. But for us, it's really more about what we do than what they do. So but again, it's a one game, and anything can happen. You saw it last night, and we'll see what happens tonight.
Not really a traditional rivalry, but do you look back to 2015, Rush versus Rock? Obviously, you're an East Coast guy too. Like, does it get you amped up to face a new opponent like this in the playoffs again?
Yeah, I think it's kind of, we didn't see them for a few years, so now it's been ramped up again because we played them a little bit more the last couple of years. And, up until last week, we hadn't played particularly well against them, but I thought last week we did our job, and certainly in the second half played the way we need to play. But there's a rivalry there. I mean, we got I'm good good buddies with their owner GM, and Mark's there, and there's that aspect. But it comes down to a one game tonight, and like I said, we'll see.
What changed from a bench perspective in the second half last weekend?
Nothing really there. I mean, I think we stuck with it. We did a better job, I think, than previous games of the what next attitude, and we realized we went into the second half having 30 shots on goal and only had 2 goals, and we're like, okay, we need to probably shoot the ball better and make a little bit of adjustment there, and we did. I thought we shot the ball quicker out of swings, and when you keep the ball on one side of the floor for an extended period of time and just shoot, Rosie can be really good, and I think we made that adjustment, and made some plays too. Like we worked a lot last week on our last minute stuff, and it paid off for us.
Can you talk about, from a team side of things, what's the biggest advantage to having a home game in round one?
I think a lot of things. Like it's less travel for our West guys, for our guys that live here. Being able to be in our barn last night for practice, it's a more regular routine. We've been home now for a month, and it becomes very, even the small things like the guys being able to leave their gear here after last week and stuff like that, it helps us for sure, as opposed to having to, for a lot of the guys, get on a plane and fly to Toronto.
And if there's something that you learned about this group from playoffs last year, what is that gives you the most, hope and encouragement going into a 2026 playoff run?
Like I said, I think their ability to move on, and when things go against you, you can't let it trickle down and make it an evolving thing that keeps happening. And like, even when we were on a bit of a bad stretch here, though, we never got blown out. Like a lot of teams near the top, at least once or twice this year got blown out. We never did. If you look at our goals for and against, right near the top or at the top of the league. So we've always been able to bounce back, and like I said, that what next attitude. And even the Colorado game where we were just really bad in the first half, I thought the second half was kind of like, that's who we are, and we kept battling and gave ourselves a chance, and that kind of carried into last week too.
All right, thanks, Doug.
All right, man.
Derek Keenan right there. Was interesting to catch up with him pre-game and really hear from a guy who continues to be a student of the game. It's not like he has an ego saying, hey, I've done this, that, and everything else. I am going to be prepared no matter what. No, he's a guy who's still in the film room going to battle. John Fraser, my color man, joins me now. John, when you look at this matchup, what sticks out to you?
Well, I think these are two very close teams. These are two very good teams, and we saw that last week. And what it's going to come down to is, what are we going to see? Are we going to see the rush of the first half or the rush of the second half? I was sitting in the stands while you were up here testing out this doohickey for tonight's broadcast, which, by the way, love it, buddy.
It has been a disaster, but it's been all right.
Come on.
We're surviving now. I don't know why it works last week and then this week, but that's technology,
That's exactly it. Technology and stuff always fails. But I thought that we just played bad lacrosse in the first half. We really did. I'm sitting there in the stands. I'm like, this is just not great. It's not crisp. It wasn't what we needed, right? I think this is going to come down to who starts first. These are two very good teams, two evenly matched teams. You have the experience of this Rush squad that has been there before, that made it to the final last year. You've got guys with rings on this team. And then you've got the Toronto Rock that have so many young guys that don't know any better, right? Like, to me, that almost cancels out, and it's just going to come down to who plays better lacrosse in the first 30 minutes, because last week that was not the Saskatchewan Rush, and they kind of got away with one.
So, Sean, I'm curious, you get to talk to the guys post-game. You get to hear a lot from them. Sean, what did you get from this team post-game after last week, post-game after a few weeks of just the Rush actually having some struggles here down the stretch?
Yeah, I think it's a lot what John just said. I felt that they didn't play their best lacrosse, and it was just kind of keeping at it. And I know, talking to Jimmy Quinlan, I know there's been games where he hasn't been happy with the shot selection. I know they've been feeling they need a little bit more of their offense. So, yeah, I think they know they haven't played their best lacrosse, but they also know what they're very capable of as well.
Keegan, is that something as straightforward as Jimmy Quinlan just being a bit of a perfectionist? Or do you think there is a lot of validity in this Rush offense? Hasn't been hitting their shots and does have to get to a new level tonight if they want to win?
Yeah, I think, again, like I've said, it's playoff lacrosse. Like they are going to be ready to go tonight. There's no question about that. It's hard to say, oh, what happened in the regular season could carry on or it could not. It's a totally different season. Everyone's at 0-0. We got to see what happens.
Sean, look at the lineup sheet tonight. Let us know who's scratched and what changes are happening.
So for Toronto, you can scratch Steve Orleman and Chris Wire, and you got starting CJ Kirst, Sam English, Hugh Kelleher, Josh Jubinville, and of course you have Nick Roulette at the face-off dot. Then for the Rush, you have Clark Walter scratched, as well as Levi Virch. And your starting lineup will be Mike Messenger, Jake Boudreau, Ryan Barnable, Frank Chiliano in goal, of course. Of course, Nick Rose in goal for the Rock. And then off face-offs for the Rush is Jake Naso.
Thanks a bunch, Sean. Of course.
I think we lost them, but let's kind of keep going. I'm just kind of going off the social media here. Here's one maybe for you, Beller. We have a question. Which D coordinator will outperform the other, Talivi or Cod over Talivi?
Oh, jeez. You know what? I'm going to go to Levy. I think they've made their adjustments from last week, and they know exactly what they need to do to slow down this Toronto attack. They managed to do that pretty good in the second half of last week's game, and I think that they're going to take the notes and go from there. Meanwhile, the Rush, I think they kind of shot themselves in the foot offensively last week. They were getting some looks, they were getting some opportunities, and the shot selection wasn't great at times, or you were just not moving it around. You beat Nick Rose by moving it around. These guys were just taking open one-on-one looks and taking that. So to me, and again, I can be a homer again. I don't have to be Mr. Unbiased National Broadcaster. Hey, give me Talivi all day long.
How about you, Keegan? What do you think?
100%. I'm going with Jared. He is one of the best guys to have on the bench. Like, I remember scoring my first goal in Vancouver, sitting down on the bench after, and he's giving me a huge bear hug on the bench. Every time he'd come to the bench, he did something good. He was letting you know. He is one of the biggest students of the game. Our film that we do is all from him defensively. He does a lot of our scouting reports. He's a genius. I love the guy. I'm giving him the edge for sure.
More of a comment here from Lucas. Win the extra possession game. If you can capitalize on extra possessions that Naso can give you off the draws, they will be successful. They also have to push the ball, especially in the second and fourth quarters.
Yes.
On the long change. If they do both days, they can win. What do you guys think of that?
Well, I think that's bang on. I think the Rush, you got to empty out the tank, right? This team is built defensively to score in transition, to be fast, to be aggressive. Yeah, you're going to have some mistakes, but guys can get back. You saw that a little bit last week. But to me, this is a team built to score in transition. Hey, you might not play next week. Empty out the tank. These are young legs out here. You've got ice baths, whatever you need to do to recover, but you got to leave it all out there tonight. I want to see them running from the get-go.
I'm curious for you, Keegan. The last game of the season against Toronto, we saw a guy like Brock Haley really step up. I guess, how important is that secondary scoring going to be?
It's massive. It's massive, especially with what we've talked about with Churchy and Mans. Churchy's played 17 games in his career against the Toronto Rock. 36 goals, 42 assists for 72 points. Or 78 points, sorry, bad math. But even in saying that, as the Toronto Rock, you got to be looking at the points total and being like, hey, Keenan's got 95 points. Mans has 86. Church has 84. those are our key guys right now. So I think for Brock Haley to step up last week, I think personally it's going to be Shanks this week. Those guys are going to have to step up a little bit, which they will. It's the playoffs. They're coming. And I think the Rush will be successful.
You know, Bell, before we go back to you, Sean, I just want to say I think Brock Haley is going to be a big key to a victory tonight. He's really come on. They moved him up top. They moved him from taking all the abuse. They're letting him unleash that shot that had him score, what was it? It seemed like 1 million goals back in junior. He's getting those looks that he's really comfortable with. To me, if the Rush are going to win tonight and go on a long playoff run, it's going to be the Brock Haley show. I don't think anybody's expecting it. I think he's got the tools. I think he's coming on. And maybe I got a little bro crush now.
No, I completely agree with you, John. You know, when I talked to the guys after that last game, I know that's what they kept saying. You know, Brock has to shoot more. Brock has to shoot more. He has an excellent shot. He just needs to shoot. So he's definitely could be that X factor within this game. Maybe switching gears here a little bit. For those who are kind of watching at the out-of-town scoreboard, Georgia's up on Buffalo 9-5 in the second half. So our three-time champs could be looking at elimination as well in the first round.
But Georgia just lost Michael Grace with a scary-looking knee injury, too. I don't know if you saw it on social media there, boys, but it looks like a blown ACL. I feel awful for the kid.
Yeah, I heard it looked awful. It doesn't look good. I guess with that, you know, we did talk about Brock Haley. You know, what other X factors are we looking at tonight's game?
I think it's Chiliano, right? I know Frank's. We all love Frank. He's the guy. He's a great dude. I cannot say enough good things about Frank Chiliano, the human being. I think in this recent slide, Frank has not been his best. He's been right around average. He hasn't been around 8. He's been around 7. And he's still making the big saves. Like, he's still making those highlight reels, oh my goodness, bananas land saves. But there's a few that are getting by him right now in the past 5-6 games that he's looking skywards. And you weren't seeing that early in the season when the Rush were in cruise control. So, to me, the X factor, it's weird to say for the reigning goaltender of the year, but the X factor for me tonight, Frank Chiliano.
How about for you, Keegan? Who is your X factor in this game?
I agree. I think it's going to be a goaltending battle tonight. I think with Nick Rose is arguably the best Angles goaltender of all time. The biggest thing for the Rush, I think, is going to be able to get the ball swinging back and forth on offense, make Rosie move. He can't. If Rosie sees a shot set, he is almost unbeatable, unless you're Robert Sher. But if you get that ball movement, you got a little bit more of a chance. I think Frankie's ready to go. Again, it's playoffs. Playoff Frank is a different beast. We called him Playoff Frank. That's who he is.
No, boys, we did ask him on social media who do you think is going to score first. Lucas does say Mark Matthews, the mailman. Kind of hard to bet against him, but it looks like we're just moments away from game time here, though. Finally, I guess, John, what are your keys to winning tonight?
My keys to winning, I think, is definitely the Chiliano show. You got to start quick. One thing I really like is we're here live inside SaskTel Center. They just did, you know how they do that shot of the boys coming out of the tunnel? Nobody looked nervous. I saw smiles. I saw laughter. I saw a loose bunch for this veteran club, right? So I love the body language early on, but to me, you can't play bad lacrosse for 30 minutes like you did against Toronto, and even more so against Colorado. That's the one key. You got to start fast. Frank's got to be there. He's got to be the guy. And to me, a secondary scorer has to step up. We all think that's going to be Brock Haley, whether that's Josh Sawada, Levi Anderson. Somebody's got to step up and play with the big boys here tonight for the Saskatchewan Rush.
Keegan, how big is it to have home field advantage?
Home floor is massive. Home floor is massive. Being able to play in the SaskTel Center is an honor and a privilege. They got the best fans in the league. You'll never see a Saskatchewan Rush fan leave a game early, and I think that is something that sets them apart from the rest of the league. There's not a lot of places that have over 1,000 fans for your warm up, and we do in Saskatchewan.
Just quickly, we talked about the face-off battle, Jake Naso against Nick Roulette. T.D. Erlin is out now. Is that something to watch in this game?
Oh, yeah, 100%. I think Naso has brought something different to this team, and I know I'd be interested to hear you, Keegan, because you've been here when there wasn't a true face-off guy. I mean, no offense to Mess, he's an incredible player. Face-offs are not really his jam, but it seems like to me, Naso's given them so many extra possessions per game, and they're doing something with it. So I think Naso being a pure face-off guy against Toronto, I mean, not having Ireland is huge. I think advantage Rush, and I think Naso's going to dominate on the dot.
I completely agree with you, John. The Naso has been phenomenal for the team, right? You even think about the boys go down and score.
Yes.
Naso immediately wins the drawback. We automatically have an advantage to go up 2 versus it being 1-1 right off the bat. And I'm not putting any smoke on Mess, because I had to take a couple face-offs against Jake Withers, and you could probably guess how that went. So that is a hard job. Yeah, that is a hard job. I do not ever want to do that again. So I am very happy that Jake Naso is wearing the black and green.
Perfect. All right. Well, we will then send it down to the floor for tonight's national anthem. Cody and John will take it away after that.
This is Rush Nation. Champions again! With you for every goal, hit, and save. It's Saskatchewan Rush Lacrosse with Cody Janzen on the Rush Radio Network.
Saskatchewan Rush and Toronto Rock find themselves in. Cody Janzen, John Fraser with you. We are live from Sasktel Center on a Saturday night. The rally towels are ready, and it's a rematch from a week ago. Saskatchewan wearing their home green threads, black shoulders, white trim, going right to left in our broadcast booth. The Toronto Rock, same as last Saturday. Road whites, blue buckets, blue pants, red trim. Starting goaltenders in this one. We talked about it on the pregame show with Sean and Keegan. Nick Gross will go, the 38-year-old of Orangeville, Ontario, 7-3 during the season with an 8.15 save percentage. Phenomenal. He has gotten better as his career has gone along. You can say the exact same for the guy 200 feet across the floor from him and Frank Chiliano, 34-year-old out of Coquitlam, 12-5 on the season. That is a career high in wins for Frank Chiliano with a 7.89 save percentage, 9.43 goals against average. John, break down the battle at the dot. What are you looking for here?
Well, I'm looking for Jake Naso to continue to just be Jake Naso. That's going to be the biggest thing here. I mean, Toronto doesn't have a dedicated face-off guy, but they got some guys that are pretty decent. Roletz, he's 41%. But to me, Jake Naso is the guy. He's the key to one of these. Damn, these rally towels look cool. This is awesome, Cody. I love the atmosphere in here. But to me, especially now that Naso seems to have the green light to pop and go when he needs to, that's been such a dynamic that this starting lineup has added, right? Normally it was, okay, You're out of there with the face-off. Naso wins it, but now something unexpected come up. Naso's got 4 in his last 2. Has become a big part of this.
Ref is ready. Ball is down, and we are underway. It's the NLL quarterfinals. The playoffs are in Saskatoon tonight. CJ Kirst up top for the Rock. He'll hold on to it, the restraining line. Hilton Matthews are on his side as well. 3 lefties on the floor. Now it's Mark Matthews, former member of the Saskatchewan Rush, 3-time NLL champion. Kirst thought about switching hands. 6 on the shot clock. Distance now. Bushi's shot got blocked. Won't be on goal. And the shot clock's going to expire on Toronto.
And you know 42 would love nothing more than to have a big game here in Saskatchewan. I know last time he was here, he had a big game and even gave the crowd the old stuff it when he won it for him. So expect Mark Matthews coming back from the IR. He's going to be big tonight for the Rock.
Zach Mann's on the restraining line. Churchill give and go with him. Now Josh Sawat out of Raleigh, North Carolina on the roll. That shot went over the net. Latrell Harris bobbled it, and it actually ends up falling to Billy Hostrauser up the floor.
Josh had the spot, had the corner pick, Cody.
Now it's a 2-on-1. Craig's on a breakaway, and he just misses the mark.
Yeah, Zawada had a wide open look. Rose's shoulder was down. He just missed the shot. Maybe he felt the moment there for a minute there.
Now Bobby Kidd III's outlets pass got deflected by CJ Kirst. And Toronto will head back up the floor. English a 1-on-1. He's going downhill. 5-hole attempt. Chiliano got just enough of it.
Another one of those pieces of this rebuilding Rock team. Talk about express lane on the rebuild with guys like Kirst and English. What a way to turn around. This team could be dangerous for a long time, Cody.
Austin Shanks, short side. That goes wide. It's going to bounce to Ryan Keenan, captain on the far side. Keenan played 15 playoff games in his NLL career. He's a one-time champion, looking for number 2. 1-on-1 with Jubenville inside, low to low, and Rose falls on it.
Keenan really slowed down. I know he ended up with 95 points in the regular season, but slowed down near the end of the year. He's a guy that has to get it going tonight here if the Rush want to put this away.
2 minutes and 10 seconds in. It's Cody Janzen, John Fraser with you live from SaskTel Center. Mark Matthews, he'll find Dan Craig. The two of them coming off IR. Dowick on the roll now. Got around a screen. Room to shoot, and he scores. Josh Dowick opens the score, and it's 1-0 Rock.
Well, disaster start for Saskatchewan. You had a couple real good looks in Nick Rose, and all of a sudden they come down the other way. That all started there by Matthews actually going to the dirty areas. I know that was something he faced some criticism for during his end of days here in Saskatchewan, but he throws the pick that starts the play, and Matthews the key contributor to that opening goal here for the Rock.
Jake Naso getting set to battle Rowlett at the dot here again as Toronto jumps out to a 1-0 lead on the road, similar to what they did a week ago.
Well, it seems like that's what every team has done to this Rush team this year. Slow starters, but they managed to find a way to get it done time and time again, Cody.
Rowlett now is going to shovel this one all the way back to Nick Rose in the crease. He'll get the offense rolling. They do give him a reset. Pretty friendly on that one, to say the least. Boudreau now out to defend on the far side. Challen Rogers 1-on-1 with Connor McClellan. Rogers now to the middle. Frank Chiliano got that with his right elbow, and the reset comes.
McClellan's got to be tougher there on Rogers, Cody.
Matthews looking for someone up top. Rogers swings it over. Bushi sets the pick. Dawick, hands are free again, and Toronto's had a couple of free looks in quarter number 1. It is presented by the Prince Albert Predators, proud partner of the Saskatchewan Rush for the season. Schedules now released. Fans, you can catch every moment of the action. Watch the Preds live. The Kinsmen are on their YouTube channel. Come experience Elite Lacrosse and support your back-to-back Western Canadian champions as Saskatchewan jumps on the board.
They got the Predators jump, Cody. The PA Preds, the champs. You give them the sponsor aid, and next thing you know, Austin Shanks off a restart. A nice little pass there from the lefties. Austin Shanks was up top in the shooter spot. He picks the corner on Nick Rose. He wasn't in Shanksville like he likes. Instead, up top, down the middle, boom, over the shoulder, Nick Rose. And that's something to keep an eye on, Cody. Zawada had an open look over Rose's left shoulder. This time, it's Austin Shanks. A little bit of good ball movement there. Pardon me, that came from Bobby Church down to the corner. Shanks snipes 1-1.
Well, he loves that spot as well as a righty. He'll fade off to the right side there, and it's not like he always shoots that one. That's early in the shot clock, but he places it perfectly, and for a guy who hasn't had a multi-goal game since late February, Austin Shanks is probably a sigh of relief to score 3 minutes and 30 seconds in.
Yeah, that is stats that surprise me, because I know Shanks, he's still been on the score sheet, not multiple times, but I've liked his game since February.
Rocco looked for a response. Pass got deflected. Oh, they're going to say it wasn't deflected.
No, it was just a flat-out miss. Clark just whiffed on it, bud.
Interesting there. 11:13 left to go, quarter number 1. The Rush get a fresh 30 to work with. Austin Shanks up top for Zach Mans. Mans on the roll. Flips it inside for Keenan. Goes off of a body. Church has it in the near side corner. Church trying to high. That one buzzes past the tower of Nick Rose. Zach Mans now one-on-one with English. Two athletes go, and Mans tries to go low to high. Rose got a shoulder on it, but Mans got his own rebound and finds Brock Haley up top. Haley, a week ago, the overtime winner, the reason we're not calling this game from Hamilton tonight. Church for Keenan. Mans inside. Goes off of Haley, and Latrell Harris is going to have a breakaway. Latrell Harris all alone and denied by Chiliano.
Frank Chiliano bails out two of its forwards there. Keegan and Church looked at each other, didn't know what to do, and they let him walk down Main Street.
Ostrowser stopped by Chiliano at the left pad, and now Craig absolutely hammers Connor McClellan in the change box.
That's playoff lacrosse, baby. The crowd didn't like it, but here we are, Cody. I just hope they keep the standard for the whole game. If you're going to let the bodies fly, let the bodies hit the floor, keep it up the entire contest.
Hiltz now, one hands this one back, 2 on the shot clock. Dawick from distance, and Boudreau blocked that with 9:55 left to go, quarter number 1. Saskatchewan and Toronto are tied at 1 apiece. Let's go back to the studio. Sean will let us know his thoughts and what's going around the league.
Yeah, I mean, right now we have the Buffalo and Georgia game going. The current score will be quickly updated. I believe it is 11. My apologies, guys. My thing's being slow here. It is 11-6, sorry. Georgia in the third quarter. And so that could be interesting with the 3-game champs kind of, like I said, on the brink. And, of course, we have one other game on later tonight, which will be San Diego and Colorado, which, of course, that winner will be taking on the winner of tonight's game.
Sean, what's your thoughts on the first 5 minutes of this one?
You know what? Exactly what we talked about in the pregame show. You know, we need to get Shanks. The Rush needed to get Shanks going, and that's what he got. He got them a big goal to tie up this game. You know, I'm a little surprised at the pace right now. You know, the pace has been really quick. You think they would be a little bit of a feeling out, but maybe because these two played the week before, there's not much of a feeling out. They're just going right at it.
Honestly, I think, Sean, this is what they need to do. I thought that first half last week, they did not run enough. Keep the pace going. This is what makes the Rush the best. Just push the pace. You're young. You're hungry. You got lots of time to shake off the sore legs.
No, absolutely. I mean, yeah, we've said before, you got to get the transition going, especially if you can get offensive players stuck in.
I'm starting to think that maybe the yard sale is a little bit of user error here, big guy.
Yeah, maybe. Sean, we'll catch up at you at the next break. It's quarter number 1, presented by the Prince Albert Predators. Rush will have the ball here with 9:54 left to go in quarter number 1. Zach Mans will run it up the floor. Mans for Church. Right side is Keenan and Levi Anderson, his first shift of the game. Keenan's on the roll. Trying to pass inside for Church. He wasn't ready for that, and it caught him right in the feet.
No, lots of different looks so far for Saskatchewan. It's not often you see Church in the middle like that on a play like that.
2-on-1 the other way, and Frank Chiliano has it under the left boot.
Those are some large pantaloons. He was trying to go betwixt them, and Chiliano says no dice.
Jake Boudreau runs it up the floor, and he finds Brock Haley. Two of them moved to Saskatchewan a couple of years ago and have now made this place home. Levi Anderson after the Austin Shanks quick shot. Pass it for Zawada. Shanks now from distance, put it right in the logo. Nick Rose with the outlet, and Toronto will run it up the floor. Shots are 5-4 for the Rock. Score is 1-1. Boucher on the restraining line. Has Dawick on the logo. Down for Rogers. Rogers will feed that to Boucher, and it's not going to cross the line. Frank Chiliano has to flop back on it.
Well, Frank Chiliano and Holden Garland, the former Bantam goaltender, knew where that one was going, helped his big goaltender out. And Cody, I called Frank out for some average play lately, but he's been up to the task tonight.
Mike Messenger now driving, denied by Rose as Aiton Green thought about doing it himself. Now he cut to the crease and tried to play it.
He had a good look, got a little too excited going after that loose ball.
Kirks trying to get around Bobby Kidd III. Was a late scratch a week ago. Kirks with the dunk attempt, scores! The first overall pick from last year makes it 2-1 Rock.
Yeah, that after 34 goals from a 1-0 pick, that's just massive. He's completely changed the makeup of this Rock team. We all knew he was going to be the first of the 1, 2, 3 selections the Rock had, and he's lived up to the billing. He had 71 points in the regular season, tied with Matthews, the mailman, for the team lead. Just looking down, don't have the angle we normally do on television here, Cody, trying to see if Jimmy Quinlan is reaching inside the blazer to yard that challenge flag, but I do not think it's coming. I got to basically step over Jackson here just to get a look here. So, Jackson, I do apologize.
We are in the radio booth tonight.
The Les Lazaruk booth. We got to call it that, right?
It will eventually get named that if I had to guess. As Naso snaps it back. Hiltz almost had a breakaway, though, as Hossack and Accioni, neither of them played the ball on that one.
Yeah, that's 2 times a couple of Rush players have been caught not playing the ball, and Toronto's just beating them to it.
Matt Accioni in his first playoff game ends up throwing it away. Now the Rock offense, another look here, up by 1. They're on the road, and we saw the road team last night pull off the upset in Halifax, taking down Vancouver. Boucher, little give and go with English. English flips it. Boucher twister, scores. 3-1 Rock.
I cursed Frank Chiliano, didn't I? I said he was playing great. He was having a good game. Again, neither of these 2 goals are any of his fault here. I mean, Boucher, he beats Accioni to the spot. One an athletic play to get the twister off, going between the legs there of Chiliano, and just, again, showing what a high skill play to get that twister off. But just, I think Accioni has to be a little more careful. But there we go. Jimmy Quinlan this time yarding it towards half. And I've said this all season. I've said this since he became the Rush head coach. The more confident Jimmy Quinlan is in the review, the further the flag goes. That one made it all the way basically to where the faceoff dot is, Cody.
So do you think that this could potentially be a timeout / challenge? Because to me, this doesn't look close. Now, we've been wrong before.
Lots.
But that left foot, it kind of depends on when that goes down, right?
Well, and I think that's why it was challenged so quick. Like that foot, yeah, that's coming back. That is coming back. You can see on the in-house replay here.
I'm trying to see where the ball is on the Jumbotron. We've got the biggest screen in the house, and we're still struggling to see the little white pill.
And we're going to get it wrong. I mean, that's usually what we do. Now the thing is, you can see from 2 different angles. You can get a pretty good look at where the ball is from the overhead. And it looks like it's... The nice thing is, the league's been talking about their cool new technology. They can sync it up like the cameras frame by frame. And that's what this is going to take, because you're going to have to see the exact moment when Boucher's left foot touches the white paint of the crease versus when that ball is in. It is in a hurry. But from the overhead, it looks like it might be a maybe. So we're going to have to wait here, take a look. We've been wrong before, Cody.
Plenty.
It's a running joke now. I think it's part of the John Fraser drinking game at this point.
It's just so close, and obviously they do have better angles than us in here. But does this not feel like the breather the Saskatchewan Rush needed?
Oh, 100% it is. I mean, this team has started slow all year. I think they're playing better now than they were 1 week ago, but still going down 3-1 early on is not for the game plan. That's not what you wanted to see for Saskatchewan. Ironically, it seemed like the games that they actually started strong, they would go on to lose, so maybe they've got them exactly where they want them. But in a postseason game, you've got such little margin for error. Going down 2 barely into the first quarter, not a great game plan for success.
Refs are still taking a look at it here in SaskTel Center. 7:43 left to go, quarter number 1. Cody Janzen, John Fraser with you as the Saskatchewan Rush and Toronto Rock are battling it out here with a spot in the NLL semifinals on the line. John, I know you caught a bit of Vancouver Halifax last night. I got to ask you about that as the Warriors have packed it in.
Wow. I did not see that one coming, and it had nothing to do with the fault of the man I famously have a little bro crush on, Christian Delbianco. In what kind of game do you make 61 saves and lose? Like, it just, Vancouver, just the offense completely dried up. Halifax is so good at going on those long runs. They're a veteran team, and they proved it, right? So they are going to call it a good goal. We were wrong once again, as it does so happen.
No, I think I lean towards no goal. I didn't write it down, John.
I wrote it down, but that's what I do. That's kind of my thing.
Inconclusive in a house. Really damn close, though.
Yeah, oh, very, very close. But yeah, Halifax is a veteran team. They know how to win. And on the same note, I know we're talking about Delbianco's performance today. When was the last time you saw a team give up 71 shots, Jenner?
That's insane also.
That's like the Predators playing against me and you and a couple buddies on a Wednesday night.
Holden Garland trying to go stick side. Had Rose dropping. If he puts that up top, there is plenty of net to look at. Messenger now tries to backhand pass. It got knocked down. 10 to get something on goal. Boudreau gives it to Church. 5 on the shot clock. Robert Church now from distance. Bounces one from Blaine Lake. And Saskatchewan has cut the lead in half.
Bouncers will go, Cody. What a play by Mike Messenger. He comes out there for the stay-in play. I was a little worried. You saw Messenger, Boudreau out there, the shot clock winding down. You don't want to miss on a grade A opportunity. Instead, what happens is Messenger sets a hard pick, pushes a guy right by Robert Church. He basically leans into Hugh Keeler and just boom, out of the way. Robert Church up top, able to step down. Rose had been going down early. He stays on his feet on this one. The bouncer goes over his left foot with 1 second left of the shot clock, and Bobby Ballgame is on the board.
The man who tied the game 6-on-5 last week made it 9-9 as Rowlett tries a twister in the crease. Did score a week ago, Rowlett did, but now Bobby Kidd III has turned it over. Bit of a tough start for him here. I know he was out of the lineup last week, but he's turned it over a couple of times now.
Yeah, not what you want to see out of BK3. I know they're different hands, but I would have liked to see maybe Smith get into this game, but I believe he's still on the IR.
CJ Kirst. He'll run it down the wall. Mark Matthews in the middle. Had it knocked out of his stick by Matt Accioni. Now Rogers runs into a defender, and that's going to rip right off the iron, but it falls to Matt Accioni. Loose ball, and he's shot out of a cannon. Shanks is up the floor, and the pass is over his head. Haustrauser for Matthews, one-on-one with Hosek. Early shot, Frank Chiliano. Not sure he was fully ready for it. Got it with the left elbow.
I don't know if he was, but that's the second time you've seen a little mental mistake by Matt Accioni playing in his first playoff game. Wouldn't be surprised if the nerves are getting to him. Just calm down, Matt. You're fine. You've had a great regular season.
Just turned 25 last Sunday, also for the Delaware alumni. Church over to Mans, inside feed, Austin Shanks, a little back pedal. He'll try throw it through a seam. Mans is going to have to climb the ladder to come down with it. Mans on the roll. That shot got blocked by Kelleher, and Haley got it on goal from an awkward angle.
Yeah, Kelleher, that one, that hit him, I believe, near the cash and prizes on that block. That's a soak with a capital S.
Rogers got the pass. Stoic back for Rogers. Captain of the Toronto Rock squad. Finds Hilt. Hilt will run, pushed down by Jay. Rogers cross floor. Messenger to defend Dawick. Inside Boucher scores. second goal of the game for Chris Boucher as the two-man game pays off for the Rock.
We were talking about the importance of ball movement for the Saskatchewan Rush when facing Nick Rose, but so far the crisp inside passes, getting the bodies moving, that's been all the Rock. This is about the third goal that's just set up by a nice little pass, a Rock offensive player getting in front of a guy with a missed assignment, and boom, this time it's Ryan Barnable. Barnable just a step behind him there, and that is the second of the game for Boucher from the Burlington Coat Factory, if you will.
Well, the lead's back up to 2 with 5:08 left to go in quarter number 1. Rowlett's been battling with Naso here tonight also, and the Rush are going to need big performance out of Jake Naso if they want to get back in this one.
Well, that's 5 now for Rowlett on 7 faceoffs, Cody.
Naso was 61.2% in the playoffs last year. He was 66% in the playoffs, or in the regular season this year. Boucher has it on the restraining line. Does it on the shot clock. Finds Mark Matthews. Matthews ended the Rush season a couple years ago in the regular season. One-hand dunk attempt, and Frank Chiliano drops into a hockey-style butterfly to make the save.
Meanwhile, Adam J and Mark Matthews, two men traded for each other, exchanging blows behind the play. Jay seems to get the last shot in on Matthews, and he was none too impressed.
Zach Mance. One-on-one with Cash. Swung it to the left side. Robert Church. Back for Anderson. Anderson, near side, save made by Rose. Loose ball was free game, and Brad Cree has it. NLL leader in caused turnovers.
Well, that's what you want to see out of Levi Anderson. Get that little bit of space, use that athleticism he has one-on-one. He's not really a system guy. He's a beat you one-on-one guy, and he needs to be doing more of that to really earn his spot in the postseason lineup.
Dowick, left side. Another pick got set, and they score. This one sneaks onto the right hand of Frank Chiliano, and Chris Boucher has the hat trick.
You know, Cody, I think that's probably the first one that Chiliano's going to want back. The rest have been all high-effort plays, but at the end of the day, you've still got Frank Chiliano staring down 5 goals allowed on 12 shots after a month plus of sub-800 goaltending. We said he was going to be a big story, and I complimented him for playing well, and I think I broadcaster jinxed him there, Janner.
Well, story for the right or wrong reason. I guess that's what we're going to find out. And the Rush are going to need a bounce back here as 5-2 they trail. Comebacks happen in this sports. Look at Halifax last night. I wouldn't count the Buffalo Bandits out this evening, but for Saskatchewan, you cannot fall behind against this Toronto team because they know your game plan. They saw you a week ago playing for a home playoff game. Up top, Dowick fires and scores. Another one goes low on Chiliano at 6-2.
Yikes. That was not good. There is no other way to describe that. That's one that, I mean, Dowick's lining up from the straining line. Jay gets out there and is able to get the stick, but there's no screen. That's a clean look for Chiliano, and Dowick just lays into it and beats him from distance. In a playoff game, that's not what your goaltender can be doing. That's a save that those last two, Cody, are saves that Chiliano has to make.
And we are getting a goalie change here as Thomas Kazik comes in, the 21-year-old of Stittsville, 0-1 on the season. Played his main minutes against Rochester on the road, an .806 save percentage, 11.7 goals against average.
And to me, the best goaltending prospect in the NLL. There's a lot of good young goalies in the NLL. We haven't seen a ton of what the guy they call Tommy Stops here, but he's coming in, and I mean, Chiliano's still got his gear on. You know, he's just getting the mental reset. He's having a conversation right now with Derek Keenan. I'm sure he knows he's going back. Give him the little reset. Give him a breather after back-to-back bad goals, and let him get his mind right here.
Matt Hossack has the loose ball, and Saskatchewan gets to go the other way. Keenan off the bench, big wind up. Rose has a save. He didn't actually know where the ball went, though.
Yeah, I thought Keenan had that far side, and then Rose had it in his arm padding, and it pops out, but didn't seem to be aware.
Dan Craig slows it down. Thomas Kazik still in goal right now. Frank Chiliano does have his gear on. We'll keep an eye on that if they switch out after this shift. Mark Matthews with it. 10 on the shot clock. He knows they got a young goaltender in the crease, but that pass got knocked down by Holden Garland. And back the other way, it's a 2-on-1. Garland and Boudreau, 2-on-1. Rogers is back to break it up.
What a hustle play by Challen Rogers to get back there. That looked like a golden opportunity for the Rush.
3-on-2 the other way. Rogers misses the mark. Latrell Harris has it now. Rush defense a little slow to get out there. Inside, Harris ends up behind the net. Connor McClellan pushes him to the corner. Finds Mark Matthews. Matthews for Dawick up top. Rogers, little backhand swing. Dawick's behind the net. 1 to shoot, and the shot clock's going to expire. 2:06 left to go. At an immediate timeout here in quarter number 1. It is presented by the Prince Albert Predators. Don't forget the back-to-back Western Canadian champs, 3-time PGLL champs, back in action on Sunday, 3 p.m. against the Moose Jaw Mustangs. That's at the Kinsman Arena in Prince Albert. Sean, what's going on in the league?
Actually, Buffalo just scored in the fourth quarter here, so that makes it now 15-8 with a little over 8 minutes left in the fourth quarter. Georgia's still leading that one. And then, of course, we head down to, we are now underway in Colorado, and it is 3-3 tied up in that one late in the first quarter on that one. And those looking for some hockey action tonight, we can head over to the WHL. There's going to be 2 games on. One game's already started. Medicine Hat and Prince Albert are 0-0. And later today we have Penticton V's against the Everett Silvertips. And those interested in NHL action tonight in the playoffs, we have in the second period Pittsburgh up on the Flyers 2-0. Earlier today, Carolina moves on with a 4-2 win over the Ottawa Senators. And we have a final in overtime. Minnesota Wild take the Minnesota Stars to tie that game 2-2. But looking at tonight's game, what we talked about earlier about defense and goaltending, we're seeing some breakdowns now, and I think Frankie just has to be a little bit better, especially that last goal from outside with Dawick. Those are ones he has to have.
Thank you, Sean. As there's 2:06 left to go in quarter number 1. Saskatchewan is going to put Frank Chiliano on the bench and run a 6-on-5 here. At least this gives him a sneak opportunity, but now Toronto's going to send all 5 defenders back. And so assuming this is the play, Messenger's just going to step off and Chiliano's going to jog back. The reset comes into effect, and now we'll see if Frank Chiliano can rebound. 2 minutes to go.
That's going to be the storyline here, Cody. He has not been good in the past couple shots there. Great to start the game, not so good in the last minutes of the first quarter.
At an 8-13 against Georgia in round 1 last year. Zach Mance out of the corner. Up top, Austin Shanks put it on goal. Nick Rose makes the save calmly.
Cody, correct me if I'm wrong, but 6 goals is the most given up by the Rush in the first quarter this season, is it not?
I believe so. Boucher has the hat trick. He'll bounce this one over. Dawick has 2 goals, 2 assists as well. Boucher looking for another, and this one's kicked out by Frank Chiliano, and you could feel that sigh of relief from up here. Barnable for Boudreau. Jake Boudreau had a 4-goal game against Georgia in the quarters last year. Shanks is stopped, and then English caught him with an elbow right in the chops.
Yeah, we're not going to see a call on that as Shanks is slow to get up after Rose had to make a great save with the right hand.
Gash is giving it to him on the way back as well. Matthews now one-hand feed. English to the middle, bounces that one off iron.
Again, Frank wanted a couple of those goals back. A lot of it has not been him. They're getting tons of wide open looks here, are Toronto. The Rock just seemingly walking down Main Street like they're out for a little stroll in Moose Jaw, taking in the tunnels instead of making it violent.
The defense has struggled as well. That is duly noted. Matthews 15 on the shot clock, trying to feed this one through. Boucher can't get to it as Hossick's going to push him away. Hossick now has lost his stick, has to be careful not to take a holding call. Bobby Kidd III floats it up for McClelland. And now the Rush have a chance to go 6-on-5 if they get Chiliano to the bench quick. Accione's up top, a little bit of chaos here. They do have the goalie on the bench, 6-on-5. 5 seconds left to go in the quarter. Church up top for Haley. He wasn't ready for it. Latrell Harris might have a look at the empty net. Put it in there about a second after quarter number 1 comes to a close. The Toronto Rock leading the Saskatchewan Rush by a score of 6-2. Quarter 1 again presented by the Prince Albert Predators. The Prince Albert Predators lacrosse team proud to partner with the Saskatchewan Rush broadcasts for the upcoming playoffs. With the schedule now released, fans can catch every moment of the action. Watch the Preds live at the Kinsman on their YouTube live stream or at the Kinsman. Come experience elite lacrosse, support your back-to-back Western Canadian champions and 3-time consecutive PGLL champions this season. All starts on Sunday, 3 p.m. against Moose Jaw live at the Kinsman from Prince Albert. Sean, I know you just looked around, but I'm curious, what's going on?
Yeah, I mean, we're getting down to the nitty-gritty here in the fourth quarter against Georgia and Buffalo. Still 15-8. 9-point night so far for Lyle Thompson, so including 4 goals. So Lyle Thompson's doing Lyle Thompson-like stuff, but 6 assists for Keen Moon and the Swarm. So they're looking good, and it looks like the 3-time champs are up against the ropes now. And then Colorado and San Diego still tied at 3. 3 points for Will Malcolm, as well as 3 points for Zach Courier for San Diego. So that's a close one. And of course, a little recap of first quarter here. Toronto gets on the board with Josh Dawick. About 2 minutes and 23 seconds into the quarter. Austin Shanks, as we mentioned, needed to get going right off the restart. Tied up the game. Rush come back with a run of a pair of goals. CJ Kirst off of a dive-in attempt. Then Chris Bushi with a nice little twister. Obviously the challenge flag went back on that one, and it was called a good goal due to inconclusive evidence. Robert Church comes back to make it a 3-2 game, and then Toronto finishes off with a 3-goal run, 2 by Chris Bushi, and then a long ball from Josh Dawick with 3 minutes and 26 seconds left. So the Toronto Rock lead after the first quarter, 6-2 as well. Checking again at the out-of-town scoreboards, we do have a score now in the WHL. Medicine Hat is now up 1-0 in the first period against Prince Albert. And we're just underway out in BC as the Penticton Vs and Everett Silvertips are taking place.
Thank
again
you,
in the NHL,
Sean.
still 2-0.
Well, Sean, we're almost ready for quarter number 2, so we'll cut you off and get the NHL scores a little bit later on here. Naso and Rowlett back at the dot, and we're underway. As Naso, a couple of goals in his last 2 games, hands this one off to Messenger. Keenan near side half wall.
Naso's going to have to be big for a comeback here, Cody. They're going to need every extra possession they can get. Toronto does not look like they're slowing down anytime soon.
No power plays in this game either. Robert Church is up top. He'll feed Mans inside Keenan, trying to go 5-hole, and Rose denies him.
Best look there for Keenan in a while. Church, short little pass. Keenan alone in front, just can't beat the Toronto goaltender.
English now. He'll drive. That shot got blocked by Bobby Kidd III. Big play in transition, as this is an opportunity for Saskatchewan with the long change. They have to make him pay, and that pass by Jay goes over the head of Matt Hossack. It'll slow it down for sure.
Just little mistakes like that, Cody. That was the story of the first half, and Toronto able to capitalize on so many of them. This time, nobody near Hossack, so they're able to regain control and get an offensive set.
Church, defended by Huckel. Church now has a knock free. No one to pass it to. Shanks, slow to high, goes off the crossbar and out of play.
Yeah, big break here for Saskatchewan, seeing if they can't get this ship right. It's 6 goals in the first quarter. First time they've done that all season. I know they've been slow starters, but that is an all-time slow start.
Zawada and Anderson out there. You wonder if they use the youth legs a little bit more. Shanks was cutting through the middle. That pass for Zawada goes off his stick into the turf. Church has it up top for Anderson. Anderson now behind the net, and Shanks drops it. Penalties upcoming. The Rush are going to a power play to start quarter number 2. It's presented by the PGLL. The Prairie Gold Lacrosse League's back. Catch all the exciting junior-senior action at your local barn this summer. Tomorrow, the Winnipeg Blizzard hosts the Swift Current Wolverines and junior B action at 11 a.m. Plus, the Regina Heat hosts the Moose Jaw Mafia at the Al Ritchie. That's a 2 p.m. tilt.
Oh, can't go wrong with some PGLL lacrosse. And the best thing, too, taking over all the barns, rink burgers, Cody. How can you go wrong? Especially, too, I know here at the Gordie Howe Kinsman where the SWAT play, man, who can go wrong with that beer garden right behind the net? That is a tough spot for opposing goaltenders.
Only place would be better would be in the broadcast booth. Rush are going to the power play. Ryan Keenan's up top.
There's beers up there too, Cody.
Mans in the shooter, of course there is. Keenan for Shanks, inside Mans, he bobbled it. Church has it again, fights through a check. Rose makes a save. Shanks has it behind the net. Thought about a dunk attempt, but Rose cut it off. Anderson out, up top for Mans. Shot clock did get reset. Keenan, little drag. Church back up top. Keenan takes the look. Had Rose dropping the shot, just missed the mark. Inside Church again, denied by Rose. Now a little back in the crease as Church threw his defender down to the turf.
Big play there by Robert Church. He's starting to play with a little bit of anger in his game, and that's when he's the best. He's throwing bodies around. The Rush, you can just feel it, Cody. They need this next goal, and this team knows it.
Down by 4, 6-2 Toronto. Keenan for Mans up top. Church, little walk. Mans won't shoot. Church back for Mans. Mans driving. Shanks fires. Rose easy save, stepping left to right. Transition. English has a breakaway. Hossack's back, and he's able to cut him off just in time.
That pass just off the mark. English had to adjust. If he catches it in flight, he's gone and alone on Chiliano.
Curse now. One-on-one with Hossack. Boucher comes in to set the pick. Down for Dawick now. He'll try to go fine full on Frank Chiliano, who makes the save, and the rebound falls for Messenger. Hossack now. The passing just isn't crisp. I don't know if it's nerves or what. There has to be some effect on Saskatchewan right now because this is far from crisp.
Voodoo doll something. It is not lining up at all.
Mance looking for someone. Church takes the shot. Rose with the save. Anderson the rebound. Still have 10 seconds left on this power play. Shanks now on the roll. Rose has to swing behind him, and Brad Cree has it in the crease. $11:20 left to go. Quarter number 2. Owen Hiltz outside. Bobby Kidd III, plenty of minutes for him after missing last week. Hiltz will drive, cuts inside, runs right into Frank Chiliano. Might have been pushed in by Jay, though.
I don't know. What I saw Jay playing a little tough. I saw Jay trying to block the path to the legs, and instead, it's Hiltz taking a free shot at an already rattled Rush goaltender. I know the push-in's a thing, and I know I'm a little biased, but to me, that looked like a better sell job than you're going to see on most Friday nights on SmackDown.
Zach Mans now for Brock Haley. Haley fires, and it's off the post.
Oh, best look so far for Brock Haley, a guy that we think needs to do big things tonight.
Josh Jubenfeld on a breakaway, and Frank Chiliano robs him with the left arm.
That is massive for Chiliano. You can feel it in this building. He actually had Dawick. It was a 2-on-0. I don't think he knew he was behind him. They had all day in Summit tomorrow, Cody.
Ryan Keenan now. He'll wait for Brock Haley. Haley didn't get any power play time on that last shift. Shanks will drive. Shanks now trying to go over the shoulder. Rose makes a save. Haley came down with the rebound. Keenan pushed back by Gash. Anderson now comes in. Keenan goes through everyone. No pick set on this play. Shanks to Church. Now to Anderson. Anderson will drive. Far side takes a big hit from Gash. And Rose again, 19 out of 21 so far in the save column.
And he's just looking so calm and composed here, Cody. You got to move the ball around to beat Nick Rose, and the Rush aren't doing that, and he's just having a time.
Matthews. Inside flip. A BTP by Craig goes outside.
Just missed that. He had the far side of the net there, and then a broken play.
Messenger whips it up for Mans, but again, it's in his pants, and now Kelleher takes him down. Ripped the helmet right off of Zach Mans.
Literally hit him with the RKO out of nowhere.
They're not going to call that a penalty, though. They're going to say that that was a push. I don't know. Billy Hostrauser's having a few words for Mans. I think that one was pretty cut and dry, but the Rush won't be getting another power play opportunity here. We're at our timeout. 6-2 again. Toronto up on Saskatchewan. Big start from them. Sean, what's going on?
Yeah, we got to see a little bit more out of Saskatchewan right now. I mean, we talked about momentum, and that lacrosse is a game of momentum, and right now the Rock has it all. Here's an interesting storyline for you guys. Georgia's up 17-9, and Matt Vince has been pulled. When was the last time you heard something like that? Quite wild there. And a close one in Colorado still as they're going at 4-4. They're just trading goals out there. Heading back to the scoreboard in the WHL. Yeah, again, it's still 1-0 for Medicine Hat against Prince Albert. And over in BC, we're in the first period, and Penticton and Everett are each tied up at 1. But again, I think the storyline so far this playoffs, as you guys had mentioned it, is what happened last night with Halifax picking up a 10-7 win over Vancouver. I don't think anyone really saw, that first-ranked Vancouver Warriors team being eliminated in the first round, especially with Halifax going with 9 straight goals in that second half.
Honestly, Sean, the more you give us the out-of-town scores, the more I get depressed. Because I think the Saskatchewan team matches up really well with everybody but Vancouver and Buffalo. And they're about to be eliminated, and here we are laying an egg early in this one against Toronto.
It is something else. The NLL playoffs. Love or hate the one-game playoffs, I don't care about your opinion. It is fantastic. It has a Game 7 feel. And Saskatchewan and Toronto, despite a 4-goal gap, are still going to duke it out for the next 40 minutes or so. Keenan trying to run down the right side of the floor. He'll spin back, does it on the shot clock. Keenan now to the middle, low to high, goes wide. Now it's punched back. Anderson can't find it though.
Now it's got to be the veteran guys here for the Rush that are stepping up. Obviously, Toronto's taken away the secondary scoring. You're going to need a big goal anytime soon out of Keenan, Church, Shanks, one of those guys. Toronto's completely limited them. They've had great opportunities, just not able to finish. They need to see a little finish here from Saskatchewan.
English for Kurtz, short side, denied by Chiliano, but he got his own rebound back. The loose ball battle heavily in favor of Toronto tonight. Dawick for English. Sam English looking one-on-one with Boudreau. Keeps his feet moving. Now he cuts inside, denied by Chiliano, and that's a couple of big saves.
Yeah, after a couple of softies, Chiliano settled down. 2 big-time momentum saves because, Cody, you can tell Saskatchewan needs this goal.
Zawada now puts one right in the pants of Rose. Now it could be a situation like last week where it looked like Nick Rose might have got tired in the second half. Maybe they wear him down a little bit. But as of right now, he has had an easy evening.
Yeah, he's just cutting down angles. They're shooting it right to him. He's not having to move a lot, not making a lot of athletic saves. And the way you beat Nick Rose is get him moving. And Saskatchewan just been completely ineffective at doing that so far.
Dunk attempt. Chiliano got over there to rob Josh Dawick, who had 22 goals in the regular season, had 2 in the opening quarter. Messenger up for Anderson. Quick shot, scores! Levi Anderson with an absolute rocket under the bar, and the Rush have 3.
And that is why you put Levi Anderson in the lineup. Anywhere he is on the floor, one look, bam. He did it last week against this Toronto team. All he does, he finds a little space, Messenger a little underhand go, low to high goes Anderson with that wicked shot, and man, you could tell how badly this crowd, this team needed that goal. Just an absolute howitzer there by Levi Anderson, the Calgary product, the RMLL alum. 2 sips, everybody. lead down to 3.
You beat me on the RMLL alumni mention. Hey, about 20 seconds ago, Levi Anderson comes off the floor after not getting that loose ball. Jimmy Quinlan's the first one who goes and talks to him. 30 seconds later, he's got a play, he's got an idea in his head, and he absolutely buries one under the bar.
Oh, it was fantastic. Just tell the young man to shoot. Him and Haley have incredible shots, and they just need to unleash them. Because right now, the Rock are taking away the veteran guys, the big 4.
Austin Shanks, now that one got deflected by Gash. Gash now hammered by Robert Church. Church put his shoulder into Gash. He'll spin around, backdoor feed. Keegan scores!
Come on!
Church with the kaboom, the captain with the finish, and the Rush have 4.
Bobby Church laying the body, slams his man to the ground, spinorama like he's Dwight Schrute. Bobby Church doing the dirty work. Bobby, when he plays pissed off, is the best Bobby you're gonna find, and he is full of dad rage on that one. What a goal. Bobby spins off a Gash, knocks his man down, looking like Dwight Schrute, finds Keenan out of the back door, short side Rose. You get Rose moving, that's how you score. And again, I hope that third goal was the dam bursting here for Saskatchewan. They seem to have a bit of swagger back.
And now this momentum, the refs are having a conversation in front of the penalty box. Not exactly sure what it's about. Now, we did hear the buzzer go off a couple of times. I don't know if they were saying this has to stop or what. I don't know if they can take back a goal. I don't have the rule book in front of me, John Fraser, but this seems like a serious conversation for what just happened.
Well, you had the buzzer. What happened was you had the buzzer go because of the shot clock violation there from Toronto. Bobby Church picked it up. He got an early reset, and then they buzzed again. So what happened was it was an accidental reset. They let the officials know. Should have been 25 on the shot clock, but Church well within that.
Accioni off a Naso face-off. We talked about it. Here's the opportunity for them, and it starts with getting the ball off the face-off. Man's on the logo for Keenan. Ryan Keenan, little drive down, has a man behind the net, and Anderson dunk attempt. Rose got over there to make the save.
Well, and Naso started off just 2 out of the first 7 on his face-offs. Now it's even Steven, both gentlemen, 6 out of 12.
Levi Anderson's gonna get a penalty here. Tried to go over the shoulder on the rep check, and that's getting called, but they're not gonna call the man's one from earlier.
Or Shanks getting the elbow in the teeth, or
Dawick for Hiltz. Back to Rogers, a little flip. Hiltz fires, it goes wide, and Saskatchewan is going to the penalty kill.
I must say, Cody, as much as I miss being on television with you, being a little looser on the lips is a lot of fun. Not gonna lie to you, Mr. Janzen.
We always have fun. Checking through the crease.
I didn't see that. I didn't see him go through the crease to try to check a guy.
Someone on the video feed can watch and let us know in the YouTube comments. It's Cody Janzen, John Fraser with you this evening. Rush live stream, Simple Radio app, download 12 Live or Netfront Sports on YouTube. Mark Matthews is up top on this power play. Rock with their first man advantage of the game. Rogers, BTP pass deflected, tip drill, score. CJ Kirst with an absolute lucky one, goes off the backside of his stick and rolls in past an unsuspecting Frank Chiliano.
Cody, it might just kind of be Toronto's night. Kirst misses the pass. He's cutting through the middle. He's unmarked. He beats Messenger to the spot, and he misses the pass, but it goes off the head of his stick and behind Frank Chiliano. After Chiliano had come up so clutch, just the flukiest of goals to suck the air out of SaskTel Center.
That's the type of adversity you got to battle through in playoffs, right? I think, you look at the Vancouver game last night, things didn't go their way, and they let it spiral out of control. And for Saskatchewan, you have to find a way to let this not spiral. Just keep it close.
And that's what they did last week, Cody. That's what they've done all season.
Connor McClellan bounces one home. McClellan in transition, his first goal in the last year.
Connor McClelland, he of 1 point in the regular season, has matched his output with 1 goal here in the playoffs. I know he was a guy I was talking to my buddies about. Some of those guys probably in the YouTube chat right now. I see you there, Pricey. I see you there, Travis. I'll tell you what, I was saying I need a little more on Connor McClelland. And how do you go through an entire season with a push it in transition offense with 1 assist? Well, correct me. Thanks for proving me wrong, Connor. Love seeing you get on the board there. Huge goal from an unexpected source.
He wears 13 for his favorite hockey player who happened to play on the Toronto Maple Leafs. If you ever heard of Matt Sundin, I guess that's why. Although the Toronto Rock, more so Hamilton, which now has the Bridgeport Islanders to connect all the dots here. CJ Kirst with it. 2 goals, he's on hat-trick watch. Low shot denied by Frank Chiliano. Now Boudreau and Garland battling for it, and Garland's gonna get called with the push. 4:59 left to go in quarter number 2. I will remind you, quarter number 2 is presented by the PGLL, Prairie Gold Lacrosse League. It's back, and it's the best lacrosse in the prairies. Gotta love watching it. Don't forget, tomorrow, Winnipeg Blizz, Swift Current Wolverines. I think that's 11 a.m. Sask time at noon, Manitoba time.
Yes,
also,
it would be, yeah.
Regina Heat taking on the Moose Jaw Mafia at Ritchie. 2 p.m. tilt for that one. Let's go back to Sean because I'm really damn curious as to what's happening.
Yeah, actually, we have a final now in Georgia, and we will have a new champ this year. Georgia wins it 17-10. Again, Lyle Thompson finishes with 10 points, so he's starting to feel it right now. And like I mentioned before, Matt Vince gets pulled at the end of the game, so you kind of wonder, you know, is this his last kick at the can, considering his age? And about 4 minutes left, and it is 5-4 for Colorado in the second quarter. So again, a really close one there. But again, looking at tonight's game right now, you know, it's great to see Colorado and McClellan get on the board. It's what we talked about, you know, pregame, is both the transition needing to get going and that secondary scoring, and it's so if they can keep that up, 2 goals is not out of the question right now.
Thank you, Sean. This one obviously has gone up and down for Saskatchewan, but to be in a 7-5 game after, I'm not going to say it's horrific, it's not atrocious, it's just ugly. And 7 goals and a half is not where you want to be with 5 minutes left to go. But Saskatchewan to only be down by 2, I don't know, John. I'm not too upset about that.
No, I would second that, Cody. We've seen a lot of sloppy lacrosse, a lot of passes missed, a lot of stuff that you're not expecting to see at the NLL level. And yet here we are within a couple goals. A little bit of momentum. Jake Naso's picked it up. The defense has picked it up. Nobody's walking down Main Street.
Great cost turnover right there by Holden Garland. Now Barnable turns on the Jets. Ryan Barnable right up the middle, all the way inside, he scores! Barnable burns in from 200 feet away, and the Rush are down by 1.
I love Barnable's game. To me, Cody, it's been at a totally different level. One of the best things for him, we mentioned it during our broadcast, the guy plays a little offense when he plays the summer ball. Ryan Barnable is out there playing summer ball, playing offense, and to me, that's given him the finishing skills. He knows when he can go, and man, he is super fast. What a goal in transition, exactly what we said this Rush squad needed to do, and Barnable comes up big. The last 2 goals by in transition, the one before that by Levi Anderson. Toronto's shutting down the big guys, and it's the other guys stepping it up here.
Massive to bring some more life back in this place here. Hostrawser has Accioni on the forecheck. He'll run away from him. The defender takes a elbow to the head by Bushi. Rep was 10 feet away again, and they're going to let that one go. Now Bushi and Jay collide behind the net. Bobby Kidd III gets it, and the outlet's over for Matt Accioni.
And BK3 got away with one. He hit Bushi right on the wrist with a pretty healthy slash. Bushi went down in the midst of it and had a conversation with the official on the way up. I know we've criticized him a little bit for the rush, but man, kind of missed one there too.
Church for Mance. Zach Mance kicks it back, 2 to shoot. Has to do something with it. It's up top, and Church has to leave it there. Now the other way. Here goes English. This is where the Rush could get themselves in trouble, but Dawick jumped off the bench early. Too many men on the floor is going to be the call on Toronto.
And Latrell Harris holds his stick above his head. He had a step on Matt Hossack running off the bench, but instead a bench error for Toronto. You get the illegal substitution. And you know what that comes down to? What I love, the Rush put out on social media, Cody. You and I, both big Mark Bourret guys. My old road roommate, love Mark, the greatest there is in the league when it comes to equipment managers. You saw the work he had to put in, always counting, stuff like that. So that's just communication breakdown whenever you see the illegal substitution like that. You know there's constant communication on that benches. Some wires get crossed, and the Rush to the power play.
Church for Mance. Keenan up top for Haley. Rush are 0 for 1 so far tonight on the power play. Mance crease side. Keenan for Shanks. That's low and kicked out by Rose.
Thought Harris wanted redemption there. It looked like he was going to go for a run down Main Street shorthanded.
Now Jake Boudreau knocked it free, and Harris just ripped the stick out of his hands. Messenger the other way. It's a 2-on-1. Messenger for Mans, and it's off the pipe. Zach Mans will peel some paint off the pipe, as that was centimeters away from a tie game, and now Nick Rose flopped down by the crease and lost his helmet.
Yeah, Rose coming across to try to make the save on Mans, got all twisted up. I believe his helmet hit the net and came off. It got stuck in the webbing. Gregor, the PA announcer, poking some fun at the big man, but that was legit, Cody. I've lost my mask on a post or two in my day.
Minute 5 left to go in the power play. Mans up top. Church shakes the shot. Tie game. 17 ties it at 7, and we're back on in SaskTel Center.
Cody, it is the Undertaker rising off the ring gif right now. I thought the Rush were dead. They did not look good. That was a terrible first quarter, one of the worst of the season. And because lacrosse is the best sport in the world, you can't count them out. Bobby Church to the power play, just great ball movement. We talked about it pregame. We talked about it with guys like Sorichetti and Bell that know a hell of a lot more than I do, talking about making Nick Rose move, and guess what the Rush have done in that second quarter? They have made Nick Rose move. Bobby Ballgame is playing like a man on a mission. No smiles after scoring the goal. Bobby looks like an angry man. For a guy with a great smile and demeanor, he is playing upset, and it's working. And Naso, again, another face-off win. Rush, a great chance to keep the momentum going here in the dying moments of the first half.
2:27 left to go. Zach Mance traded 1,020 days ago from the Toronto Rock. Anderson, what a fake inside, and he put that one right in the chest protector.
I still say one of the most one-sided trades in sports history, Cody.
Mark Matthews for Zach Mans. Adam Jane, a pick that became Levi Anderson. Kirst. Back for Matthews. Cross to Bushi. Bushi downhill on Accioni, flips it. Rogers still has it. Now he throws it out for Kirst, and the Rush defense starting to suffocate a little bit more as Bobby Kidd III has it. Instead of pushing it on this one, he decides to wait. He didn't have a good run lead up on that ball, and sometimes the carpet is not your friend.
Well, and it was great too. Allow the shot clock violation. The Rush get a full 30 in Toronto territory.
JC goes low, and Rose makes the save. Haley can't grab the rebound. Now the Rush have to get back. Hossack to defend English. Boudreau also out there. Sam English to the corner. Was a threat with a few points a week ago here. Now Mark Matthews driving inside, and Chiliano drops down to make the save.
Chiliano has completely turned his game around. He started hot, cooled right off. He went back to the bench, had a breather, and outside of a fluky shot for the Toronto Rock. He's been absolutely rock solid, and Shanks gets hit high again.
Crease telling him to get up. It didn't really look like Shanks sold that one there.
No.
Church from way outside got blocked cleanly by Latrell Harris. Latrell Harris has a breakaway. Tied at 7. Harris scores. Toronto regains the lead with 37 seconds left to go in the half.
And Latrell Harris on cue, like any good villain, scores here inside SaskTel Center and turns and makes a thumbs-up gesture to the fans after scoring that one in transition. Cody, he's been everywhere tonight. I'm not shocked at all that Latrell Harris got himself on the scoreboard. Great defender here for Toronto, but he's been all over the floor. He's had another couple. On the time that the illegal substitution, he had a very similar look on that one as well. So it's just a matter of time until Latrell Harris did something impactful in this contest.
37 seconds left here. Now this face-off is extra important. Naso snaps it up. 35 seconds left to go here. Rush won't pull the goalie as there's a 2-second differential. Shot clock and game clock. The Rush also don't have their timeout. Toronto does. Keegan holds on to it. They'll still keep Chiliano in the crease and run a 5-on-5 play here. Likely run it down to about the 8-second mark. That pass is behind Church. And now Toronto's got an opportunity to go 6-on-5 with 12 seconds left.
Yeah, Cody, we've been saying it over and over again. Just sloppy passing. Like, I get it, last week you're coming off a bye week. You're coming off of a disappointing game against Colorado, but we all know that the team has been here for a couple of days. In fact, I found out on Thursday when it was Snowmageddon the 7th here in Saskatoon that a bunch of the guys had to actually land in Regina. Their option was land in Regina or fly back to Vancouver, get a van and drive through a snowstorm on the way to the game, but they made it here. They've been here since Thursday. There's no excuses for the sloppiness because that's just letting Toronto get back into this. You've got all the momentum. You've come off the mat. You were left for dead, and instead you let Toronto get back in it. Now they're going to get to run a 6-on-5 with about 12 seconds left.
When you talk about momentum swings, all the Rush had to do was lock it down defensively, go into half 7-7, and you're laughing. Now they're staring down the face of another 2-goal deficit, and Toronto retaking the momentum.
Yeah, that's
this here could be the difference on going to Colorado Friday night for game 1 and packing your bags and cleaning the dressing room tomorrow.
Yeah, you're absolutely, Cody. It's those little mental mistakes, and they're starting to pile up. The Rush had gotten away from it. They've gotten back to their game. And instead, you're going to see a familiar face for Rush Nation. Going to be Mark Matthews taking it out of the reset with 12 seconds left to go against his old teammate, Mike Messenger.
Was wondering if Messenger was going to try pressure if Matthews held on to it for a second. Now he retreats to the inside. Challen Rogers feeds it. Matthews, little move behind the net. They wanted the dunk attempt, and Holden Garland, Ryan Barnable were all back there to take away. The Rush kind of just locked up the middle and jammed things up for them.
Yeah, certainly they did. That's what they needed to do to keep it 7-7, but the Bullet dodged the 6-on-5. They locked it up. They played them tough, and they're going to go into halftime down 1 despite outshooting their opponents 32-22.
Well, we are at halftime now. It's presented by the McDonald Cup. The Prince Albert Predators are excited to host the Western Canadian McDonald Cup August 5th to 9th. The premier lacrosse event will bring teams and fans from across Western Canada to our city. Team registrations are now being accepted, and we invite businesses to take advantage of valuable sponsorship opportunities. Partner with us to showcase your brand while supporting high-level sport and community engagement. We will send it now back to the studio. Sean is standing by. He'll give you a full recap of this half. We'll bring on Keegan Bell, Adrian Sorichetti as well. And on our end of things, I don't know if you're here on the broadcast. If you are, we apologize. Bit of an echo issue. We'll do our best to try and fix it. But here you go. Halftime, Sean, Keegan, and Adrian awaits.
Welcome to our halftime show. Thanks a lot, Cody. Just a quick recap of our first half here. Toronto gets on the board first, a little over 2 minutes into the game with Josh Dawick with a outside shot. Less than a minute later, Austin Shanks ties it right back up. Toronto then goes on a 2-goal run to take a 3-1 lead with goals from CJ Kirst and Chris Boucher. Robert Church comes right back to bring it to 3-2 to end off the first quarter. Chris Boucher scores a pair of goals, make it 5-2, and then Josh Dawick with a low outside shot, and it's 6-2 for Toronto after the first quarter. Heading into the second, a little bit more momentum for Saskatchewan. Levi Anderson scores at the 7:31 mark to make it a 3-goal game. And Robert Church with a nice move to get the ball to Ryan Keenan to make it a 6-4 game. On the power play, a little bit of a weird bounce for CJ Kirst to make it a 7-4 game. Then the transition game gets going for the Rush. Connor McClellan with a goal, followed by Ryan Barnable, and it's 7-6. The Rush go on the power play, and Robert Church with a beautiful shot, and it makes it 7-7. However, a little bit of a misplay with 38 seconds left in the second quarter gives it to Latrell Harris, who goes coast to coast, and we are 8-7 for Toronto at the half. Now we'll take it over to our guests here, Keegan Bell and Adrian Sorichetti. I guess, first of all, guys, just your thoughts on what you saw in the first half.
Yeah, I think obviously not the start that the Rush wanted, but I mean, no doubt Frankie was going to settle in. I thought the boys over at the Loose Mesh podcast in the chat there called their shots, saying Mess needed to stay and play a little bit on makes that great pick for Churchy's first goal, and then makes that play in transition to Levi for the great transition look there. I think the biggest thing is, as you see the game going on, the Rush are doing a better job of moving the ball side to side, getting Rosie moving. Like that tapping goal that Keenan had from Church in transition, again, going from one side of the floor to the other in a quick tap and transition game, like we all said, needed to be increased and put into play a lot more, and we saw that in the second quarter.
I guess, Adrian, we've seen a bit of a different Rush team in that second quarter. I guess, what did you see what happened differently between the first and second quarter? Oh, looks like we may have lost Adrian. I guess maybe I'll send that then to you, Keenan. Did you see anything different happen in that first quarter compared to the second quarter?
I mean, I think the momentum was the biggest swing. Even that power play, they didn't score on that power play early in the second quarter, but they were getting unreal chances, great looks all over the place. Even little things like that, where they settle in a little bit on the offensive side of the floor, I think swung their momentum a little bit. Then you get the goal by Levi in transition, then back-to-back with the one by Keenan. Unfortunate bounce off her stick on the power play there. What are you going to do about that? That's a tough play. And then we go transition by McClellan, transition by Barnable, and then Churchy on the power play to tie the game. Right? That I think that power play swung the momentum a little bit in the second quarter, got them settled in, and then they went on a bit of a run.
I guess it looks like we got Adrian back. I guess, Adrian, we're talking about those transition goals. How big was it to have McClellan and then Barnable get those transition goals and kind of get the offense rolling?
Lose him again.
It looks like we might be having technical difficulties with Adrian.
Okay, I'm looking right now at the first half stats on the broadcast. Like 32 shots by Saskatchewan to Toronto's 22. So it's not like Sask isn't getting the looks. They are getting the looks. Rosie's playing good back there, but I think the defense was a lot more solid in the second half, or in the second quarter, sorry. But they are still getting chances on offense. You're not going to score every single shot. It's just not going to happen. I thought they did a lot better shooting the ball in the second, but
I guess with that too,
a lot more game.
No, for sure. I guess with that too, we talked about the face-off battle. It looks like it's 8-8. Are you a little surprised that it's kind of a 50-50 draw right now?
That's tough to say. I mean, Naso's phenomenal at the draw, but again, it's playoff lacrosse. Like everyone's ready to go. Everyone's excited to be playing. I mean, I think Naso's won more of the bigger draws where it's like we just scored, we need the ball back and to swing momentum, right? Like that Levi Anderson goal, and then we won the face-off right away, and then we get a goal by Keenan 30 seconds after. That's huge.
No, absolutely. So I guess then what do the Rush need to do in the second half if they want to win this game?
I think what they were doing in the second quarter will keep them on the right track to win this game. Obviously, Frankie needed to get pulled there and just have a little breather, regain himself. They gave him to the TV timeout too. I don't know if anyone else noticed that. Instead of changing him out right away, they gave him to that TV timeout. That was at about 2 minutes, and then they switched him back in. So he got a good long breath, settled in, and he's been unreal since. So I think keeping the game going in transition, obviously that right side is killing us right now. Bushi and Dalek are obviously they're big guys right now. They're Bushi with the natural. Do you have a natural hat trick? No, he didn't. But anyways, 3 straight for Bushi on goals that were maybe not the most conventional. There was one that was an outside shot, but then that twister inside. I still don't think they were playing bad defense necessarily. Some of those goals, like that twister by Bushi, the crease dive from behind, like Kirst is has some of the best feet as an offensive player in the league. So that kind of stuff is going to happen. I mean, you're never going to have a lacrosse game that's going to finish 1-1 or 2-1. Right, there's going to be goals scored and there's going to be good swings. So the fact that the Rush could bounce back after being not in the best situation near the end of that first quarter. I mean, I knew that Jimmy and Derek were settling them down in that quarter break, and I knew they'd come back and they'd be fine. But they just got to keep doing what they're doing right now. Stay out of the box. Hopefully get a couple more power plays because the power play looks really good right now.
No, for sure. And I'm just curious, it looks like there were a few defensive breakdowns within that first quarter. I guess what did you see happen in that first quarter?
Yeah, there was just a couple weird plays, like the Bushi goal in the first, again, like unbelievable catch on the twister. There's not a lot of guys that are scoring that goal. Bushi's an unbelievable player. Obviously, Frankie definitely wants that outside shot by Dalek back. The other Bushi goal from the outside, shooting around a screen, those are hard goals for goalies to see. Again, I don't think it was major breakdowns. I think they were playing pretty good defense. They're going to drop. Balls are going to go in. I'm more impressed with the fact of how they bounce back. And again, the shots are 32-22 for the Rush. It's not like Frankie was getting peppered. He was facing some shots that were tough to see. Right?
No, definitely. And kind of going to our social media, we had a couple polls up. Who's going to win tonight? 78% are saying the Saskatchewan Rush. So, I mean, they're only down by 1, so no one's out of it. And, of course, we also asked, can the Rush tie it by the half? We said yes. Unfortunately, there's that one play where things kind of got away from them, and it's 8-7 Toronto at the half. Looking around the league here, and maybe I'll kind of get your thoughts as well, Keegan, as we go through this. Georgia takes down Buffalo, and the defending champs will be packing up. 17-10 win. A 10-point night for Lyle Thompson. Kind of your thoughts on, Keegan, that Buffalo Bandits are out of the playoffs?
I mean, it's going to be great for the league. There's going to be a new champion. That's unbelievable. I mean, hats off to Buffalo. They won 3 straight. We played them last year. They were phenomenal lacrosse team. It's going to be nice to see a new champ for sure. I can honestly say Lyle Thompson is the best lacrosse player I've ever played against. He is the most well-rounded lacrosse player. He goes back, plays good defense. He pushes the ball. You barely ever see him take a penalty. He's not a dirty lacrosse player by any means, and he can still score with the best of them. He's phenomenal. So 10-point night, not that surprised. He is that good. And honestly, it's going to be great to see a new champ.
I kind of want to go back a little bit to kind of the game that everyone's talking about last night, with Vancouver going down 10-7 to Halifax, and really blowing a 7-1 lead, and Halifax scoring 9 goals to none in the second half. Probably one of the biggest comebacks we've seen in a long time in the playoffs. I mean, Keegan, what are your thoughts on Vancouver having an early exit like this?
Pretty shocked, to be honest with you. They were unbelievable this year. They were really good. I did have a little bit of a nervous feeling in my belly. Obviously, the last couple of years in Saskatchewan playing Halifax, they have gotten the better of us in the regular season. We thankfully made a stand last year, in the playoffs. But I knew they weren't going to go away. I didn't expect a 9-0 run in the second half, to be completely honest. Yeah.
With that, is that maybe a message sent to the league now that, you can't take this Halifax team lightly in the playoffs?
Well, I mean, that's what I was saying the entire pregame, right? It's the playoffs now. Like, to be honest with you, I think everyone that has played this sport at a high level knows that once the playoffs start, everything that happened before that is out the door. And that's the beautiful thing with this sport, is that any team can win on any given night. So playoff lacrosse is a different beast, and especially in a 1-game knockout. Yeah, well, the 1-game knockout, it's tough, right? Like, you work all season to get into the playoffs, and then you got to win 1 game in order to keep advancing, and then it goes into a bit of a series. So I think every single team in the playoffs is dangerous. If you make it this far, you're a dangerous team. Yeah, they're definitely on people's radar with the way that they played, especially in that second half.
I guess really quickly here, quick update on the other game tonight. We're at the half, and Colorado is up 6-5 over San Diego, and we're just moments away from the second half. So I think we will throw it back to Cody and John back up in the booth.
Thank you, Sean and Keegan. Appreciate you guys battling through some not so fun tech issues. They're the real warriors tonight, and I'll take the dash one on that. Hey, we are getting ready for quarter number 3, and this has been an absolute battle. Let's go quarter number 3, presented by Loading Lacrosse. From the creators of the strongest shaft in the game comes the Tonka. Built like a truck, forged in fire, tempered in chaos, approved by NLL defenders. Use Tonka 95 for 15% off all items at loadinglax.com. Naso Rowlett back at the stripe, and quarter number 3 is underway. Rush will get the opening possession in this one. Boudreau, far side of the floor. He'll have Barnable, swings it up top. Haley's right down the middle, and he scores! How are you, Haley? We're tied at 8. Well, the Rally Towels are rocking. 17 seconds into quarter number 3. Brock Haley has his first of the game.
We knew he was going to be a part of this. I'm glad he's woken up. I thought it was going to be a big game from the Brock Haley shot. Instead, it's him coming down Main Street, stick fake, and beating Nick Rose, who has fallen off since his amazing first quarter.
What a play and what a finish as John Fraser, a pro's pro, makes it up here in amazing. We'll tell this story later. But Fraser with an incredible effort as well. I'll give you the third assist on that one.
Thanks, Janner.
As the Rush have tied it at 8, and now the offense is on the floor.
The best thing about doing radio, nobody knows what I'm sipping. I'll leave it at that.
Brock Haley, Keenan down for Mance. Mance inside. Robert Church is pushed to the ground by English.
Another grade A chance there for Bobby Church. Like I said, he's playing angry tonight. It's been paying off for him.
Sam English now. Across the floor for Matthews. Matthews defended by Matt Hossack. Former teammates in Saskatchewan now duking it out for a chance to play either Colorado or San Diego on Friday night in the NLL semifinals. Challen Rogers stepped in the crease behind the net for the dunk attempt. They let him have a free look there. I know we're up top and we've got a pretty good angle, but that was obvious.
Yeah, we knew he was coming in for that. I almost thought Saskatchewan was playing it like the shot clock was about to expire. I don't know if somebody had checked it, because even Adam Jay on the loose ball just squared up with his man and let the reset come.
Josh Zawada now. He'll cut around a Church pick over to Anderson, who bobbled the pass.
Story of the night for everybody. I don't know if that ball is full of grease or something. Maybe it got dipped in the deep fryers here at Sastel Center before we started this contest, Cody.
Rush have 7 different goal scorers tonight. Toronto has 4. Here's Chris Boucher. Hat-trick in the opening half on the roll. This one bounces out of play, and Frank Chiliano got a piece of it with the left pad. Off the reset, Kirst had a nose towards the net. Now he decides to pull it back as he was about to run into Mike Messenger. Boucher again. This save is made by Frank Chiliano, and the ball is passed up for Matt Accioni. Accioni now has to put on the brakes as Challen Rogers goes for a skid.
Yeah, he broke his ankles, as the kids would say. Looked like he was playing NBA Street on his PS2.
Zach Mance on English. Mans, no goals yet tonight as Nick Rose with the clear for Jubenville. Windsor product. Dawick's up top, a little bit of a hidden ball trick, didn't fool too many of them. Here's the Team Austria national teamer, and Dawick, his pass for Boucher. Didn't get to it. Matthews now takes a cross check from Boudreau. Boucher on the backhand. Save made by Chiliano.
Tough save by Chiliano there. Not sure what Boucher was doing. He was spinning, shooting at the same time. Great shot there by Chris Boucher. Better save by Frank.
Dawick defended by Jay. Inside, Kirst now has plenty of room. Ankle breaker, twister stopped.
How does Frank Chiliano stop that one? That is an old school playing ball hockey in the driveway left leg save. The Frank the Tank chants are earned there, Cody.
I am really curious to see a replay because that might have hit Matt Hossack, who was in the crease, and he cannot be in the crease to block that. But play goes on. Church, 5-hole scores! Robert Church with the hat tricks, and the Rush are up 9-8.
And again, Church just getting it done. He's looking like no celebration at all. He's acting like a man that's been there before. You just scored a hat trick goal to give your team its first lead of the game, and Robert Church looks like he scored one in shoot around. Church this time going betwixt the pantaloons there of Nick's Rose. You're welcome, Cody Stranger. I saw you on the concourse at half. He asked for one of those. I will delightfully give one to you there on that goal by Bobby Church.
What a start to quarter number 3. It's presented by Loading Lacrosse, and the Rush offense is loading tallies at this point. Rowlett with a massive face-off win for Toronto. This is going to let them slow it down. Penalty coming against Saskatchewan also. Rose goes to the bench, 6-on-5 as Toronto gets set. They're lucky as that was an early change, and they had a good 7-on for a stepper 4. Dawick for Matthews up top. Kirst now. Pushed by Accioni. Kirst switches hands. Pass for Dawick up top. Chiliano sees it and stops it.
How about the turnaround from Accioni in the first few minutes of this game? He looked like year one Matt Accioni. He looked a little slow, little nervous, little tight with everything he did. And now on that play there, it's like, okay, take on CJ Kirst and shut him down while you're, it's a 6-on-5, and he was up to the task there. Matt Accioni, as the fans in the stands, and obviously not pleased with BK3 going to the bin of sin.
Penalty kill presented by the Moose Jaw Mafia. Back in action this season. High-level senior lacrosse will take on the Regina Heat tomorrow at 2 p.m.
10 out of 10 name there, Moose Jaw as well.
10 out of 10 logo also.
Oh, yeah.
CJ Kirst is stopped by Chiliano as he falls back towards his net. And the Moose Jaw Mafia, Lane and crew have done things right there. They're going to be packing the barn. They're going to be working with local talent. They're bringing in high-end semi-pro guys, and they're playing against NLLers every weekend throughout the summer. You think of Jake Boudreau, Austin Shanks, Mike Messenger. These are the guys you're seeing the Moose Jaw Mafia take on week in, week out. Sawada, his pass on the penalty kill down low for Zach Mans goes off of his stick.
And I love the credit to my alleged great-great-great-grandfather, Al Capone. That's a real family legend, Cody Janzen. I'm not making it up.
That is incredible. John Fraser from the tunnels of Moose Jaw.
It's a great city. I love Moose Jaw.
Matthews up top, flips it, Hiltz takes it. Left arm saved by Chiliano.
Standing tall on that one, getting big and taking away the angle.
Matthews, little fake, flips it, Dalwick takes it and scores. Tie game as it's another power play marker for Toronto.
And Toronto's power play coming into this in the regular season, they finished 12th in the league. They were just 40%. Meanwhile, tonight, making the most of their opportunities now, going 2 for 2, Cody. Both kind of carbon copy, a lot of good ball movement. Get it down to those high-end guys like Dalwick and Kirst and let them just shoot. And we are back to square, and this has just been a fantastic lacrosse game, Cody.
Well, they were goalless on the man advantage and had 13-plus minutes of power play time a week ago. The Rush penalty kill, unable to stop them so far, and we're back tied at 9-9. Naso won this back, and it's going to be a potential breakaway for English. Couldn't grab it cleanly. Accioni is all over Kelleher, who controls, and Kelleher still has it up top. Boudreau got back. And now the Rock offense looks to take the lead.
Just an absolute rugby scrum off of that faceoff win by Naso. Sticks flying everywhere. Great work by the Rush faceoff team to get back.
Craig, little give and go. Craig for Bucci, and Frank Chiliano out and aggressive, got it with the chest.
Yeah, another big save there by Chiliano. You know, I'm always mixed with my opinion on letting the guy sit on the bench for a few minutes, but it seems like early in this game when Chiliano got pulled, it has completely turned his game around.
Mans for Haley. Mans, swim move around Jubenville, inside, Mans, kick save, Keenan on the rebound, denied by Rose.
I think that went off of Jubenville in the crease. I think that was missed. I don't think Rose got that. I think we saw a foot of Jubenville get that. The TSN broadcast is a few minutes behind here in the booth, so we'll take a look here.
Well, we'll take a look and tell you after. Let's send it back to Sean. What's going on?
Hey guys, I have to say, B for Moose, I love the Mafia talk, by the way. Hope to make out to a few games this year. Yeah, man, that quick goal to start off this first or second half, for the Rush is huge momentum. Obviously still 9-9, but anything can happen. Just an update here in Colorado. The Mammoth are leading the San Diego Seals 8-5 with about 11 minutes left in the third quarter. Once again as well, the defending champs are done. That's a 17-10 win for the Georgia Swarm earlier tonight. And as we mentioned, the big upset from Friday night as Halifax overcomes a 6-goal deficit to win 10-7 and takes the #1 Vancouver Warriors out of the playoffs.
That's the real shocker. Also the shocker here, I would bet my house on it that went off the foot of Josh Jubenville. We should be seeing a penalty here, but instead, no bueno. That's back-to-back. It's missed. By the way, Sean, great work here tonight, hosting in the studio. Got to give you all the love. Keeping it up, giving us
especially with tech issues from the idiot who set it up. So,
well, like I said, I got here. I think it's pretty clear.
Sean's a legend, though. He's back at the studio here. NLL playoffs. What a time. What a way to start the postseason. I don't care. If you don't like one and done, I don't have time for you this weekend. Back underway, Rock have it. English, far side. They'll try drive, and Chiliano makes the save as he might have stepped in the crease with that left foot.
Yeah, a little bit he did there. And I will say, Cody, one and done, I'm a big fan too. I come from a football background. I love football. All football is good football. One and done is the go-to in that sport. And I will tell you, I went and got a crowd check, if you will. Saw the fellow boys there from Dodge City, the big store on 8th Street. Had to plug my store at least once, Cody. And they were telling me this is one hell of a game that they're watching. They were thanking me for the tickets for sure on that one.
Dodge City, best in the business in town. Ryan Keenan back for Shanks, and that got knocked down by Jackson. Josh Jackson now up the floor. 3-on-3. Kelleher thought about attacking, but Sawada's back on defense, as is Keenan. The Rush have a couple of forwards back.
Yeah, well, meanwhile, Toronto, they've got a defenseman up with Latrell Harris going one-on-one with Keegan, so you got the position swap going on.
Toronto took advantage of it. Dawick bounced it wide. Hiltz inside. Harris is all alone. Couple of fakes. And Frank Chiliano, absolute larceny.
Call the RCMP, Cody Janzen. That is the save of the night by Frank Chiliano.
Latrell Harris had time to walk it from Hamilton. Anderson, right side. Little move around the defender. Anderson scores! It snuck through the arm. Double it up. 88 has a pair.
The kid from Calgary in the Rocky Mountain Lacrosse League. We're talking PGLL. We're talking local lacrosse. We're talking where you should spend your summers. And that is where 88 Levi Anderson came from. The St. Joe's product. Only 9 goals in the regular season. 2 so far tonight. Is this his coming out party? We are getting a review on it here.
They're going to say the refs had different calls. And now this is where I have an issue of the lead official. Why is it the guy back on the restraining line saying no goal? I don't believe he has a better view than the guy who's 10 feet away.
Well, and it's basically a favor to Toronto in this case. Like, you can't tell me.
Looks like his toe it looks like his toe is actually on the, yeah, it looks like it's on the line there.
After review, the shooter's foot touches crease prior to the goal. And no goal.
You almost wonder if that's a senior official coming down and saying, hey, let's take a second look at that there, right? I mean,
I don't mind it, but they forced Saskatchewan to use their challenge in the opening half.
Right.
On a questionable one. So if there's another questionable one, that's where maybe I have a differing opinion on that. But the Rock escape, and it's still 9-9. Hiltz for Boucher. Him and Rogers play pass. Boucher. He'll spin back. Boudreau to defend. Boucher whips it wide. Hiltz has it in the neutral zone. 5 to shoot. Hiltz's hands are free. Backdoor feed. They score. Chris Boucher got free. No one covering him, and it's 10-9.
Well, and there exactly. You get your little rests on the review, and the guys are able to come out flying. You're right. Nobody on Hiltz. Is another miscommunication there. That looked like that should have been Jake Boudreau's guy to run out and get late in the shot clock. Bit of confusion. Nobody steps up on Hiltz, and running through the back door there was Chris Boucher from the Burlington Goat Factory. Is that just a reference I get?
Yeah, that's one for you.
That's a Fraser deep cut. Okay. I think anybody that grew up in and around northwestern Ontario, where we used to get, there's a Burlington Coat Factory in Detroit, nothing but local commercials, jingles, everything stuck in your head. So I see Burlington, I think Coat Factory, but apparently it also means clutch goals for Toronto Rock.
Nate face-off win at Gioni as the Rush find themselves down by 1. Out shooting Toronto 39-32. 10-9 is the score. Church for Mans. Mans now, step back, trying to go low to high. Rose didn't even drop. He knew that was coming, and now Mans bobbles it.
Well, if there is one good thing that might have come from all of this, we might have avoided the shutting down the music and the bacon chants. I love the promotion, love it, but in this sport, you want noise on offense. It's the opposite of football. I want to hold courses. I'm going to hang out outside SaskTel Center when I retire from this, Cody, and hold yelling courses. When to do it, when not to.
English. Little backhand flip. Bosick got in the way. Matthews has it with 5 to shoot. He'll flip it. CJ Kirst has an open look, and Chiliano with the save as the Rush defense packed it in on that shift.
That's twice back-to-back possessions of the Rush defense. They take a look, and they think the shot clock's about to expire, and they move off of the ball handler. You can't be doing that.
Keenan around Hostrouser, one-hand flip. Mans can't catch it. And there's what you're talking about, where Toronto's defense is able to communicate extra well when the music goes off here. It's basically a practice shift for them.
Well, and that's it. When you're on offense, you want all the noise because you want to confuse the defense. Like I said, in this sport, it's the opposite of football, and it needs to be expressed here in Saskatchewan. This is a city, this is a province known for home field advantage down at Mosaic Stadium with the Riders. People know what to do. People get shushed at the wrong times on offense. We need that here in Saskatchewan, not silence on offense.
Robert Church with it. Passes it for Garland. Holden Garland with a bouncer, and Rose makes a sharp sink.
The former Bantam goalie looking like maybe he would have been a Bantam forward as well there. Nice little spin move by Holden.
English on a 2-on-2, posts up. Now he sends it over to Kirst. First overall pick last year. In line for Rookie of the Year after a 34-goal, 71-point rookie campaign. Kirst on the inside, twister stopped as he's flattened by Boudreau. Messenger now up for Accioni. Church off the bench. Accioni to Church, and it's stopped by Rose.
I don't know if Rose got that, Cody. I think that was all iron in his diet like he had a bowl of Vector this morning.
Gash now the other way. Hostrouser stopped. Jay behind the net. They'll throw it at Boudreau's feet. The Rush have a second to get it over, and they say they will.
They kind of started playing baseball there. It was out of Boudreau's stick. Looked like they were going to get the 8-second violation. Instead, whap, like he was playing ball. Gets it down and avoids the violation.
They're usually very strict on that. I guess in playoffs, that's just how it goes. Bushi inside, stepped in the crease and scored. But that one was pretty obvious. It'll be Rush ball, but they are down 10-9. Sean, I'm curious your perspective, watching it from the studio, watching it from home. How has this game changed with the momentum swings, and what does Saskatchewan have to do to take control of this game?
Yeah, you know what? I think that really the momentum started swinging in that second quarter when the Rush started getting the transition goals. It's just been kind of back and forth right now. I think they just got to kind of stick with it. It's still only a one-goal game. Having Levi Anderson get a couple of goals has been huge. I think that big save by Frankie on Latrell Harris has been huge. We'll see what happens kind of as we head towards the fourth quarter. Just kind of taking a look at the out-of-town scoreboard here, guys. It is 10-6 for Colorado over San Diego. There are about 5.5 minutes left in the third quarter. And if you're a hockey fan and interested here, it looks like the Pittsburgh Penguins might be keeping their playoff hopes alive. They're down the series 3-0, but with about 4.5 left, they're ahead of the Flyers 3-2.
Somebody just got engaged here, Cody. Sean, I'm sorry, I was distracted. Thanks so much for that, Sean, back in the studio. Up on the Jumbotron, there's just a guy dropping a one knee in front of Waddy, the 10 out of 10 in-stand host here at SaskTel. Oh, and they're going for it. A little moochy kiss if you're a fan of Bluey there. That is
Well, that was unexpected.
And you know what? It's funny. I think it's going to keep the crowd fired up because the crowd's absolutely loving a snap engagement.
Well, there we go. We're still in quarter number 3. 3:24 left to go. It's presented by Loading Lacrosse. The Tonka out now. Use code TONKA95 for 15% off all items at loadinglax.com. Austin Shanks will await as Zach Mans gets the ball in the crease here for Saskatchewan. It's not like the life has been sucked out of this place, but you know a goal is going to pump the top off this pen.
Well, and certainly, Cody, after we just went through there, looked like Anderson had made it 10-9, and next thing you know, wham, bam, it's Toronto 10-9.
Church for Keenan, bouncer, saved by Rose.
Yeah, Nick Rose starting to settle in a little bit more, but you got to keep him moving. You saw that even if you're coming in one-on-one on him, do like Brock Haley did while I was sprinting up the stairs here at SaskTel Center and dipsity doodle and go behind him. You can't just stand and fire. You're not going to beat Nick Rose that way.
CJ Kirst up top. Hiltz is in the corner. 10 on the shot clock. Rogers for Matthews. Challen Rogers stopped by Chiliano. 2:37 left to go. Toronto up 10-9 on Saskatchewan. Quarter number 3 presented by Loading Lacrosse. Boudreau's up the floor with Garland. Boudreau, end of a long shift for him. That makes sense to pull it out. He's going to have to play another 7 or 8 minutes tonight.
And you know he's going to have to be stepping on the gas a couple more times there. You know Jake Boudreau wants to go. You see, look, Cody, holding Garland's out here on offense again.
Just causing chaos. Church flips it. Sawada lost it, and Anderson can't get to the loose ball.
The old deep-fried ball. Josh Sawada, he was in tight, though. He had a couple bodies on him there, but just another bobbled opportunity here for Saskatchewan. That one I'll give him a pass on, but that's kind of been the theme of the night. Toronto has just been so much crisper, especially in tight, Cody.
Is this nerves by the second-best team in the NLL last season? Are they feeling a bit of pressure after seeing Vancouver and Buffalo go down?
Well,
Bushy stopped by Chiliano.
I think you have to, because you and I have discussed that Vancouver and Buffalo were going to block the path for this Rush team potentially. And all of a sudden, neither team is around, and you know the guys talked at halftime and saw that.
Mans has it stripped away by Josh Jubenville.
Trying to step on the gas and pull off a twist through their Mans, just stop their Jubenville. Great defensive play.
Davenport, MCLA alumni, the 29-year-old out of Windsor. Latrell Harris leaves it for the offense. Mark Matthews ended the Rush season a couple of years ago, and now Jay could go the other way. Up to Hossack. Matt Hossack has a breakaway inside over the cage. That came back and went off the crossbar and out of play. This should be Rush ball.
100% it did. He missed the cage up off the Toronto net. That should be a fresh 30 for the Rush.
English the other way. He's stopped by Chiliano.
Big save there by Frank Chiliano. A goal there would have been all sorts of bad news after an missed opportunity for the Rush.
Now they did an early reset here on that shot clock. The official was counting it in.
He was, and the Rush kind of got away with one there. Early reset because Chiliano was holding on to it. They wanted him to move it, and the Rush got away with one.
Church throws it behind the back. That misses the mark. Anderson has it. 2 on the shot clock. Throws it in Latrell Harris. Gotten away.
Yeah, with the big body of Latrell Harris, all 6 foot 190 out of St. Catharines.
Matthews off the bench. Barry short side, and it's 11-9 Toronto.
How many times did we see that here at SaskTel Center when he was wearing green? One of his favorite plays for the mailman is to sneak off that bench and step on the gas, get it in transition late. And again, just he was unmarked. Rush defender caught in no man's land there, Cody. Believe that's Bobby Kidd the third. Kind of got caught up. He should have been on Matthews. Pardon me, that's Matt Hossack. Not something that you normally see out of Hossack there. Had lots of coverage on the backside and instead didn't challenge Matthews. And again, Toronto restores a 2-goal lead.
So, and Bobby Kidd the third was awaiting, but quarter number 3 is going to come to a close. It's a presentation of Loading Lacrosse and F11-9 Toronto is leading the Saskatchewan Rush. Sean, what did you see on that last goal?
Yeah, I mean, just a little bit of a breakdown, as you guys said. How many times have we seen that at the SaskTel Center when Mark Matthews was in the green and black jerseys there? But yeah, as you mentioned, as we head into the final quarter here, Toronto up 11-9. A quick recap here. Brock Haley gets us on the board at 17 seconds. And then Robert Church gets the Rush their first lead of the game, 9-8 at the 3:23 mark. But Toronto comes right back with a pair of goals of their own on the power play. Josh Dawick with a goal with 5:11. And then, of course, Chris Boucher makes it 10-9. And then, of course, this last second goal by Mark Matthews makes it 11-9. And quickly to our out-of-town scoreboard again, we head back out to Colorado, where the Mammoth are leading the San Diego Seals 10-7. And just a note there that Will Malcolm with a 7-point night so far, and Andrew Q for the Mammoth with 3 goals, while Zach Courier has a hat trick for San Diego. As I mentioned, a quick update here in the NHL. It is still 3-2 Pittsburgh over Philadelphia. And in the WHL, Medicine Hat is leading Prince Albert 2-0. And the Penticton Vs and the Everett Silvertips are tied 2-2 in the Western Hockey League playoffs.
Fun night of sports. Thanks again there, Sean. And that one's going to be interesting. San Diego, Colorado, as that one comes down to it. Of course, Andrew Q being back for Colorado, absolutely massive for that organization. But meanwhile, absolutely massive here. Saskatchewan, it's all turned around. Looked like they were going to go up 10-9 here on Toronto. Instead, a Levi Anderson goal is waved off. And then Toronto goes back-to-back. They've got themselves a 3-goal run. Saskatchewan had their first lead of the night. And now they're trailing in the fourth quarter like they were 1 week ago. They came back, won in overtime. Brock Haley playing hero in that one. Now, who is going to step up? Who's going to be the hero? Whose moment is this? Huge here. It's playoff time, Cody.
You have to look at someone like Austin Shanks. I know he had the first one for Saskatchewan. He's got 30 goals in his playoff career, now 31. But outside of that one goal, he hasn't been as effective. I look to those veterans. I look to him. I look to Ryan Keenan. I look to those guys, and you think, who has the opportunity to take over a game?
Oh, certainly. Any one of those guys does, but Toronto's just been doing such a good job of taking away a lot of these guys' favorite looks, right? I think a big reason what happened with the slow end to the season for Saskatchewan is teams figured out Ryan Keenan. Teams figured out what he was doing to run this offense through, and next thing you know, they kind of slow down, and now they've had a few different offensive looks. A lot of them I've liked, but I think you got to go back to Brock Haley up top, because right now, Robert Church is playing as pissed off as I've ever seen him, Cody. He's not celebrating after goals. This man wants another one. He wants another ring, and he's had the team on his back. 5 points so far tonight. Shanks 1 and 2 for 3, but you're right to me. Let's get more Shanksville. Somebody's got to step up. It's like nobody wants to be selfish and play hero, but somebody's got to do it right now.
Robert Church, 47 playoff goals in 27 playoff games.
Is that good?
I think what's so impressive, and Keegan Bell talked about it on the pregame show, is just that people don't understand how hard it is to do what he's done. And it just is incredible to see it week in, week out by the 34-year-old. But Toronto snaps up a face-off win, and they get the ball rolling in Source Embroidery, quarter number 4. Rogers over to Kirst. Inside, intended for Dan Craig. That got knocked to the carpet.
Nice job there, Holden Garland, able to scoop up the loose ball, get things moving in the correct direction here if you're cheering for the guys in green.
Keenan has Shanks up top. Couple of Whitby Warrior teammates back in the junior A circuit. Shanks with a little pump fake. Now it's knocked out of his stick by Latrell Harris, and Harris turns on the Jets.
Harris has been feeding him his lunch. I love Austin Shanks as a player, but Latrell Harris has been winning that matchup all night long, and then his ability to attack and transition as well. Harris has been, to me, Toronto's best defender.
Hiltz and Matthews play pass. Craig. Back for Hiltz. Near side, Dawick. On the backhand, threw it in front, and it goes away where Bobby Kidd III scoops it up. Toronto got 3 defenders back there. They're going to get back in reverse transition quickly as Bobby Kidd III leaves it up for Robert Church.
Well, they're going to have to. You know Saskatchewan wants to run, especially late in the game.
Haley shot blocked by Crete. Church got up there and caught it. Still at 12 on the shot clock. Robert Church with the bouncer. Misses the mark, and now he's unable to get to it before Kelleher has English up the floor. Kelleher transition, step down save, has a rebound now. Kelleher, twister, scores. 5-hole on the rebound by Hugh Kelleher.
Incredible play there by Kelleher. He comes down, steps down, big shot, big rebound, picks up his own loose ball. Messenger's momentum was all taking him towards Kelleher for the block. Instead, he flies by and picks up his own loose ball. He goes dipsy doodle. He fakes a shot a couple ways, goes backhand and beats Frank Chiliano. Probably should have been a man there, I'm not going to lie, Cody.
Well, you talked about hockey stopping in front of the net. That's not exactly ideal by the Saskatchewan Rush defenders there, as quarter number 4, presented by Source Embroidery, is off to a bit of a tough start here. Source Embroidery, proud sponsors of the SJHL, producing ice logos, rink boards, province-wide. Also a great track record, partnering with First Nations across Saskatchewan. Source Embroidery, we'll tell you more about them as this quarter goes along. Mike Messenger on the logo, down for Austin Shanks. Rush trail 12-9. It's Cody Janzen, John Fraser with you this evening, live from SaskTel Center. Mance to the middle, scores! Zach Mann stings one short side, and the lead's down to 2.
We were asking which veteran was going to step up, and Zach Mans might be the answer. The Rush break the 10-goal curse. It seems like so many times this year they get to 9 and just stop. This time, Zach Mans is able to overcome that hump, and don't go anywhere, folks. Saskatchewan still in this one. Mans one-on-one with Latrell Harris. What a pick there by Ryan Keenan. Harris was in his back pocket. Keenan comes off his man, picks on Harris, and then picking the top corner is Air Mans Zachary Q. Mans.
Well, you can see Derek Keenan smiling on the bench. He likes when players shoot overhand. And Zach Mans, who loves to shoot low to high, low to low, decided to rip this one overhand high. And he caught Nick Rose cheating. And you're going to have to start getting a veteran goaltender guessing if you want to muster up another comeback for the Ancients. Shanks to Mans. Mans again. Thought about shooting it. Little swim move. Twister. That goes off the outside of the post.
He had the spot too. Rose was moving to his right. There was a little opening there. Just couldn't quite convert by the reset.
Keenan now. Bouncer. Got Rose dropping, and he got it just off the shoulder.
That's a big save there by Nick Rose. Bouncer, which was heading to the top corner. Instead, Rose able to get out in front of it with an aggressive stop.
Dan Craig one-on-one with Bobby Kidd III. He'll push him down the wall. Matthews in to set the pick. Craig in the corner. Assistant captain for this Rock side. Whips it wide. Rebound Boucher, and that goes behind the cage.
And that's another case of a guy just standing alone in front. Boucher, a grade A opportunity. He just barely missed it on a creative backhander. But again, time and space right in front of the crease there for Toronto again.
Josh Zawada, you talked about the youngsters in Saskatchewan without experience. That's a guy playing in his first NLL playoff game, and he just got manhandled by Gash. Gash in transition, scores. Elijah Gash has his first playoff goal, and the Rock are back up by 3.
Yeah, Elijah Gash just wanted that more than Josh Zawada. Cut and dry. Zawada got ran over Gash sprints up after forcing the turnover, creating the loose ball. The Michigan product, 1 goal in the regular season. He's got 1 goal in the postseason. It comes here. Another one, I think Chiliano might have gone down a little bit early in a hockey-style butterfly, but doesn't matter. Great shot. Bouncers will go, and Gash is fired up. First career playoff goal, and the Rock lead back to 3.
Tough bounce right there for Saskatchewan when it looks like you've got some momentum. They cut it down to 2. The runs just aren't able to roll. And the Rock, a team who haven't lost back-to-back games all season long, are showing you why this evening.
Well, their ability to adapt. They look like a completely different squad from 1 week ago, Cody. They watched the film, and even though they played a solid game for 92% of that one 1 week ago, they still have made adjustments and look like a different squad.
Anderson from Mans. Mans now, backdoor feed for Church. Inside's Keenan. He's got to get out of the crease. Anderson takes the shot 5-wall. It's a good look, and Nick Rose with a great save.
Yeah, I love the little pump fake there to get Haustrauser moving and use him as a screen there by Levi Anderson.
Anderson's been good tonight.
Very good tonight.
That is a guy who there's a lot of eyes on because of how good Clark Walter was last year. And Anderson is having one of his better games of the season, dare I say. CJ Kurse now. Hossack got knocked down by a pick by Matthews. Rogers up top. Kurse step down, blocked by Garland.
And Hossack on the far side going one-on-one with Matthews, wins the loose ball battle after Garland took that one off the kneecap. But the Rush got to get going here.
Anderson off the bench. Let it go. Rose made the save with his left arm. Anderson got the rebound again. Haley over to Church. Robert Church, Rush down 13-10. Mance, 20 on the shot clock. Church takes it, goes wide. This is going to be over and back on Saskatchewan, 9:44 left to go in quarter number 4. And the Rush offense gets a breather, an opportunity to talk about what they have to do going forward. Quarter 4 presented by Source Embroidery. It's your one-stop shop for promotional advertising. If you put your business name on it, they can do it. This includes all forms of signage and decal packages. They have a highly trained and well-experienced art development and also offer the widest selection of branded clothing and many unique promotional items. Check them out at wesellattention.com. Source Embroidery. Quarter number 4, the Rush find themselves down 13-10. Sean, give us an update on Colorado, San Diego.
You bet, Cody. We're early in the 4th quarter, and Colorado is ahead 11-9 over San Diego right now. Again, an 8-point night for Will Malcolm. 4 goals again for Andrew Q, as John mentioned, back in the lineup. 6-point night for Zach Currier, 3 goals for him as well. So again, 2 goals can happen quickly here, lots of time left. Again, going back to kind of the games earlier, Georgia beats Buffalo, so we will have a new champion this year. And then the real shocker Friday night with Halifax defeating Vancouver 10-7. So we know that side of the draw is now set, with Halifax facing Georgia in the semifinal.
That is crazy that Buffalo and Vancouver are both bounced from that side of the bracket. I can't believe anyone who says they don't like it. I don't trust anyone who says they don't like it, because if you don't like fun, don't be a fan of the National Lacrosse League. Please see yourself to the exits. Toronto has the ball, 13-10, Rock leading the Rush. Quarterfinal playoff action live from SaskTel Center, 9:30 left to go. Jake Boudreau's up the floor, dishes it back for Hossack. Barnable's there as well. Barnable has 1 in the game. Messenger, he'll drive inside, and he's stopped by Rose with a heavy collision in the crease.
Rose looking for a call, and the referees having none of it. Probably should have put the arm up. Messenger basically went full send into Rose. He did keep it high,
But
didn't
if
go
the
low.
goalie wants contact, you cannot be calling that. Or there'll be penalties every time someone tries to crease dive. Boucher Knocked off the ball by Matt Hossack, and Matt Accioni has another loose ball.
Now the ball's starting to get a little slippery here for Toronto. Maybe they're starting to wear down. The Rush now needing to use this opportunity, but as I say that, Keegan has one go in and out of his stick.
And Latrell Harris is going the other way. Harris one-on-one with Garland, puts a shoulder into him, spins back to the forehand, doesn't let it fly. Rock will slow it down here. Harris already has a goal in the game along with 10 loose balls. Kirst driving. Keenan's caught back on defense. The captain battling with the first overall pick from last year. Matthews, time and space. He's stopped by Chiliano. Boudreau's up the floor. Airmailed one for him. He bobbled it. Now it's a breakaway. Boudreau twisters tonight.
Oh, Boudreau was exhausted. He had just played a long shift. Normally you see him hit the gas pedal and score in speed, but nothing doing there. That man was out of gas.
He rarely shoots that twister shot near side. You could tell he might have been in his head a little bit from the bobble. Anderson, as Rush Nation gets loud here. Shanks far side, had room, but again, the shot just off the mark. 4 to shoot. Church again whips it wide.
Just missing some open looks. The guy's trying to at least get a reset there off of Nick Rose, but now when you miss it off those lively boards here at SaskTel Center, now the Rock are going to get a full 30 in Rush territory, already up 3, and a 4th goal here would almost be the backbreaker, Cody.
Bushi in the neutral zone gets this shift underway. 7:30 left to go in the 4th. Inside, Rogers whips it wide. Good defense again by Accioni to get out. Doesn't matter if you get beat, you still got to battle. Craig, lefty assistant captain for the righty, and Chris Bushi. Hiltz. Bushi scores. Bushi pulls one short side, and it's a 4-goal lead for Toronto.
Another goal from distance with an expiring shot clock there, Cody. Just not a ton of pressure there. Messenger kind of lets him go for a second. Bushi then uses him as a screen, goes low to low on that short side. You could see Chiliano moving like he was going far side. Instead, Bushi goes back to the near side. And the Rock, again, a 4-goal lead here as Saskatchewan had come off the mat, but the Rock have scored 6 of the last 7 goals in this one to bring SaskTel Center back to a silence.
DJ Mark Sugars in the chat. What's up? Prairie Tan as well. Thanks for tuning in. NetFront Sports, YouTube, all playoffs long, along with 12 Live. You got to download the Simple Radio app. It's super easy to use. You get access to pretty much every good radio station out there nowadays. It is my daily app I use when driving to work. Brock Haley on the restraining line. Rush down by 4. Plenty of game left. Mann's 5 will attempt. Rose was guessing the wrong way again and just got enough of it.
Hopefully Sugar showing up can make this a little sweeter here for the Saskatchewan Rush.
Unless he's a Rock fan, in which
case
I
I can tell you he ain't.
He is absolutely cheering if that's the case.
Oh, I can tell you personally, Mark Sugar is not. I can vouch for that. I work with the guy.
My brother, John Fraser, saying nope. I appreciate that. All right, 7 on the shot clock. Rock fire another one home. It's CJ Kirst high to the glove side, and it's 15-10 for Toronto.
They have been the better of the 2 clubs for all but about 5 minutes in this one here tonight, Cody. This has just been an unbelievable game by the Toronto Rock. The Rush, again, slow starts, couple soft goals, tried to battle back. And just, I don't think, like, you'd need the miracle of all miracles at this point here, Cody.
5 goals in 6 minutes. I mean, we've seen some pretty crazy things in this building. This would top that by a Montana mile.
Well, at least for all the people heading to the exits, if the comeback gets spicy, they've got us.
Yeah, it's not going to be like Carolina Hurricanes fans the other night leaving in overtime after they thought they had won that. As Rowlett snaps up another face-off. Boudreau, though, right in and knocked the pass down.
Great job there, Jake Boudreau. The Rush need every single possession they can get with just 6 minutes remaining.
Austin Shanks now for Brock Haley. Haley thought about shooting it. Now he's going to roll inside Keenan, and Nick Rose ices him out.
Did everything you want to do on Nick Rose, get him moving, everything like that, and Keenan just unable to convert. Keenan still just the 1 goal, 1 point tonight for the 95-point scorer from the regular season.
Mark Matthews, his goal to make it 11-9 is an absolute difference maker. Craig for Rogers, near side half wall. Rogers, the righty, tries to walk it back. Craig's up top, and Messenger jumps in front of it to block him.
Looking like a bodyguard for protecting a high-profile contact on that one there was Mike Messenger.
Anderson on the logo. Accioni feeds it back for Haley. Now he pulls it down. Mans is up top, rips it off the post. Zach Mans again. The Rush have hit 4 or 5 posts tonight, and they're gonna pull Frank Scigliano here and go 6-on-5. You got the reset, and you do have a stoppage coming up here. Haley will take it. Save made by Rose. Keenan gets it. Rush are 6-on-5 right now. Desperation mode, playoffs. It's win or your season's done. Shanks back for Keenan, far side, scores. The captain cuts the lead down to 4 with 4:41 left to go.
So you're telling me there's a chance. Ryan Keenan had been denied a few times there by Nick Rose. This time he gets the better of the veteran goaltender. Gets him moving, goes back to the far side. The 6-on-5 look works here for Saskatchewan. You got to think, yeah, they're going to put Kaizek in for the eventual sprinting here. So Thomas Kaizek, the younger legs of the two, the fresher legs of the two, basically you're going to see if Naso wins it, Tommy Stops is going full send to the bench.
4:41 left to go. Rowlett beats Naso again, and that has been an absolute factor for Toronto.
Oh, 100%.
Rowlett was 41% in the regular season. You never would have guessed that watching him tonight. This is the best game of his pro career by far.
And several clutch ones. He's won multiple draws after the Rush have scored, giving his team possession back.
What's the saying? Timely face-offs matter? Is that what those people who don't believe in them use? I think it's something along those lines.
And the Rock just in full penalty kill mode. They don't even take a shot on goal. They let the full 30 expire. They know if you math it out, as long as you can keep getting those face-off wins, you're able to just keep doing that. Hold on to it, let the 30 expire, dump it on down. So the Rock may be playing with fire a little bit, but the math is mathing for Toronto.
Well, quarter number 4 presented by Source Embroidery. It's your one-stop shop for promotional advertising. If you've ever been to the Warman Home Center Communiplex, you have probably seen their work. Mike's an absolute legend, one of the best diehard fans the Rush have. Source Embroidery, proud supporters of Rush playoff broadcasts this year. They do it all. Any sort of advertising you need, Source Embroidery is your go-to. Check them out. We Sell Attention. That's WeSellAttention.com. Sean, I know we're leaving you in a tough spot here, but give us a quick score on San Diego before you throw it back.
Just real quick here, we had a hell of a game actually in Colorado. It's 11-10 now for the Mammoth, about midway through the 4th quarter.
Wow. How much time left?
About 6 minutes and 18 seconds left.
Love it, Sean. Thank you. Great work in the studio, and we'll catch up with you in 4 minutes and 8 seconds. This one is coming down to the wire, and the Rush are in an uncomfortable spot. That's even more than last week when they were down 2 with 1:30 left against this team.
Yeah, you're basically going to need to score every possession and win every draw from here on out to have a chance. Toronto able and content to just kill the full 30, as you're going to see Brock Haley taking it deep in his own territory. Thomas Kaizek on the bench here, as he's going to be the running goaltender, the young man. So wilder things have happened. We once saw 4 goals in 33 seconds right here in this barn. Could it happen again, Cody? Well, I hope so.
Up top for Haley. Here's Shanks. Backdoor. Anderson, crease, dive, stop by Rose.
Great effort there by Anderson, and now you see Kaizek sprinting back. Latrell Harris wants more. He's got one tonight, and to me, he's been Toronto's best transition and defender
He would have
tonight.
had a shot at that empty net if not for Zach Mans getting back there.
Oh, all
Harris
these guys.
was out of a cannon, and Zach Mans got back to save that one. Now Mans is back on defense here.
So are Church and Anderson.
Kirst defended by Robert Church. Kirst on the roll, rings one off the iron. Church now wants Anderson to get his head up here as he was running head down on that play. Keenan gonna drive. Keenan inside, that goes off another point. Other way, Toronto's gonna have a look. Free towards the cage, and that puts 16 on the board for Toronto.
The Rush in the regular season only gave up about 9 3/4 goals per game. Tonight they've given up 16. It's a season high by a mile here, and we heard Derek Keenan say on the pregame show that this is a team that had never really been blown out, had never really been outplayed that badly at any point during the game. To me, this has been the low point of the season, obviously. But I know Keegan said, oh, the team's never been outplayed, never been blown out.
This is a barn shed beatdown right now as Toronto is up 16-11 and Saskatchewan has struggled to find responses.
Well, and just sloppy passes all night and just missed opportunities. Nick Rose stepping up big, and even when they had all the momentum, still little mistakes like the Anderson penalty, and like you said, just an old-fashioned beatdown on this one.
That's lacrosse, though. The underdogs are never out of it.
Well, look at this weekend. Buffalo goes down. Vancouver goes down. Now the Rush are going down.
Here's the thing, they're playing with house money. There is zero pressure on them, and that's exactly what it looks like out there.
Well, and especially if you're the Rock. As I said pregame, sometimes that young team that doesn't feel the gravity that's never been there before is the most dangerous team you can run into. I know the Rush have poise, but to me, Toronto just, they don't know the gravity of the situation. This is their first time here as a squad. This is a very young squad. I mean, you got to think they had 3 first-round picks a year ago, and now they're going to be in the semifinal.
8 guys without a playoff game under their belt for this Toronto Rock side. Mans whips it wide. Ostrauser has it. Church and Shanks are on the double team, and neither can pop the ball free. And Toronto is going to use their timeout, I believe, with 1:43 left.
Well, and Shanks and Church just looking gas. You've seen them playing both sides of the floor, trying to get something going, and both those guys just running out of fuel here in the dying moments of this one.
16-11, the Toronto Rock lead the Saskatchewan Rush in quarter number 4, presented by Source Embroidery. The Rock essentially saying, hey, let's play smart. They'll be going to Colorado on Friday and back in Hamilton on Sunday. And for Saskatchewan, after being a quarter and a half away from NLL championship last year, are getting bounced in the first rounds.
Well, and I don't want to, I'm not surprised, Cody. The Rush in the first 10 games of this season looked like we were on cruise control for me and you getting to call a championship together. And then it was like the old Toronto Maple Leafs, the 18-wheeler going off the cliff in the second half of the season. I can't really put my finger on one thing that happened, but it just, the first half Rush and the second half Rush looked like 2 entirely different squads. One looks like a champion, the other looks like a team that's going to finish with losses in 6 of their last 7.
And remember, don't go anywhere after the final buzzer. We do have the post-game show presented by Coolbet coming up. We'll break it all down. We'll bring back Sean, Keegan Bell to dissect this one here. Of course, get your comments in if you're watching on YouTube as well. Boudreaux's up the floor. He'll fire this one. Keenan's on the rebound. It's stopped by Rose, falling back.
Well, unlike last week, too, Nick Rose seemed to get stronger in the second half. Last week, you saw him kind of fall off, maybe a bit of fatigue in those veteran legs, but this week, it's just, he's looked great from the get-go.
The Rush had it, 7-7, 9-9, almost went up 10-9, and that goal that got called off on Anderson has been an absolute momentum changer because Toronto found a new gear after that. Austin Shanks is going to put one behind Rose with 1:06 left to go in quarter number 4. Now, 4 goals in 33 seconds. We saw it a few weeks ago. They're going to need something very damn similar to tie this one.
Cody, if it happens, I will take my shirt off and throw it down on the floor. And you will have to do the rest of this broadcast with me not wearing a tarp. I'm sorry, Jackson, you're down to my right. Cody, you're down to my left. We're pretty close. We're all in pretty close quarters here in the Les Lazarick broadcast booth. But it'll happen.
Well, they are going to review it. It's under 2 minutes, so now I guess for Saskatchewan, it's a chance to pull your goaltender. And they do need a face-off win here by Naso. Let's talk about the start. And then it's get it up the floor and go quick.
Well, you need 4 goals in about 33 seconds again.
You get one in 10 seconds, you're thinking twice about this. And now it's a 3-goal game. But Toronto's going to lock it down. And so you're going to have to go quick. I'm talking 1 or 2 passes and a shot. This is not a set up a 6-on-5 play.
Well, to me, Cody, as well, the biggest benefit that's going to help Toronto out here is the automatic reviews, even on no-brainer goals.
It lets their defense rest. It kills the momentum.
Every single time. Like right now, there's nobody within a mile of Nick Rose. Like, Nick Rose is here in Saskatoon, and the nearest Rush player near the crease is in Battleford. But every single time, because of the rules, and I get it, because of the rules, every single time we got to do this. We got to stop it down. And, you know, a guy like Latrell Harris is going to, what you want, well, the reason they got the 4 goals in 33 seconds a few weeks ago against Colorado was that they just, boom, face-off win, boom, done. You had tired legs, you had all the momentum.
I'm not sure this has to be a 1:30 review.
Yeah, that should have been a no-brainer.
After review the call before stands, we have a good goal.
As expected. That is one where it's an absolute momentum killer.
Well, and that's it. You need a miracle. You need a miracle now.
But how does that happen? It's momentum.
That's exactly it. We saw it when they did that against Colorado. This whole place was on fire, and it was just bam, 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 bam. And now, even if they get one here, and they get the win from Naso, you're going to have this again.
Robert Church now, back for Austin Shanks. Shanks over to Mans. That shot got blocked. Keenan's in the corner. Keenan up top. Robert Church takes it over the net. Shanks again. Inside feed, no one there. Anderson, 45 left to go. Backdoor feed, they score. It's Austin Shanks again. That's the hat trick for 33 in green.
And now this one here is actually going to be a justifiably long review. Shanks was going horizontal as he flew through the crease. So this one you're going to need to look at. But again, okay, so let's see. Toronto's got their top defenders out there. You got Hostrauser, you got Latrell Harris, you've got Brad Cree, you've got all those guys able to now again rest the legs. Roulette will have an opportunity to also rest as well before he goes one-on-one with Jake Naso.
So there's a lot of smarter people out there than us. I think of the Graham Parrows of the league. Does Toronto have the worst 6-on-5 defense in the league? Because I feel like they've given up 6-on-5 goals in the last 2 games against Saskatchewan. Or does Saskatchewan have the best 6-on-5 offense in the league?
Well, I think it's 6-on-5 offense. We've seen them do this time and time and time again, as we have called every home game here, Cody. You see even when they're about to go to a power play, they bring out the 6-on-5 because they bring out a bowling ball like a Mike Messenger. Like, that's who's the extra attacker right now. And to me, that opens up space for skill guys like Levi Anderson, who had the pass to Church.
Oh, we got a little bit of a NASO chant going on. Hey, quarter number 4, it's still going on. Rusher down by 3 with 43 seconds left. Again, presented by Source Embroidery, the absolute best in the biz. Go check them out today. We sell attention. Yes, they support a lot of junior hockey, junior lacrosse. They're in the Warman Home Center Community Plex. Of course, just proud partners of First Nations across Saskatchewan. Awesome people there. Go check out Mike. Tell them you were listening to the Saskatchewan Rush broadcast. We sell attention.com. Quarter 4 still going on here. We saw 4 goals in 33 seconds. This is unthinkable, improbable, and everything in between. But I'll tell you for free, there's about 4,000 or 5,000 people still sitting in their seat that think there's a chance.
So you're telling me there's a chance, Cody.
After review of the Golden Four stands, we have a good goal.
I'll believe it if they get one here.
You heard it there first. John Fraser will believe it if they get one here. Naso Rowlett back at the strike. Rowlett gets the clamp. Ball's on the carpet. Haley pokes it forward. Rowlett boots it back. Keegan can't get to it. Church is trying to track it down. 30 seconds left to go in regulation. Rowlett has it in his own zone. Takes a hard hit there. Ball's up in the middle. Haley trying to track it down. Hostrouser pushes up. Naso has it. Naso, backdoor pass intended for Keenan's over his head. 15 seconds left to go. Naso gets it, fires, and that just misses wide. Up top for Haley, 10 to shoot. Church won't let it go, and the Rush will get a timeout in here with 8 seconds left.
I don't think you're going to get 3 goals in 8 seconds.
Chaos on the floor.
I like Naso staying out there. Guy's been on a heater last few games. He's looking like...
Why not put him on the 6-on-5?
Well, to me, he's looking like a guy that next season could be in limited action. You might see him get some looks.
You need him to play a semi-regular shift next season. We'll talk about it on the post-game show. Keegan Bell, Sean Slatt there. We will get to that and all of your thoughts on the YouTube stream if you're watching, listening on 12 Live. Hey, we appreciate you. It's Cody Janzen, John Fraser. We got the best seat in the house and we got the best fans in the league. So it's an absolute pleasure, of course. Saskatchewan having a little bit of a look here at a 6-on-5 play. It's going to be a pass and a shot if I had to guess. Maybe they try to go backdoor to Shanks again off of a fake. We will see, but it'll likely be Brock Haley up top with the ball.
You need 3 seconds a goal. 9.3 seconds left on the clock.
Math guy John Fraser has chimed in.
Hey, that's all right. I screwed up a quote today by about $10,000 for a customer and had to own that one. My math skill's not the greatest at all times.
Haley for Church. Church now takes the shot. Rebound back for Shanks, and the Saskatchewan Rush see their season come to a close at the hands of the Toronto Rock. 16-13 is the final score.
Just not good enough tonight. Not crisp. Lots of missed passes, missed opportunities. Guys left alone in front. They just looked like a different team the second half on, Cody.
Quarter 4 presented by Source Embroidery. Final score 16-13. Don't go anywhere though. We do have the post-game show coming up. Before we send off John Fraser though, John, I've got 2 things for you here. It's 2 loaded questions. 1, what went wrong? And 2, what makes you optimistic about this Saskatchewan Rush team for next season?
I think the defense regressed in the second half. I think they regressed at the same time as the offense needed to change the game plan, right? I love these guys, and I don't want to, point fingers, but we were talking about Ryan Keenan on a 130-point pace for most of the year, and he falls off, when they need him the most late in the season, right? We were talking about Frank Chiliana going back-to-back for goaltender of the year. I'm not putting this on Frank's shoulders. This, to me, was a big part, a collective defensive thing, but I think Frank regressed at the wrong time, right? Now, what makes me feel optimistic? Levi Anderson was our best offensive player tonight. The kid's finally starting to find his own in the league, right? We know He's got all the talent in the world. Levi Anderson's one of the most talented guys you see with a stick in your hand. He just hasn't quite been able to put it together at the pro level, right? Another guy, Brock Haley. Brock Haley, to me, is the next great right-handed player here for the Saskatchewan Rush. Like, you see Brock Haley, you see Levi Anderson, right? You see Matt Accioni taking a huge step forward. I know tonight wasn't his best game, but Matt Accioni emerged as a legitimate defender in this league. Jake Naso. Naso in the last 3 games getting that green light to go and looking like the guy knows how to score a goal or 7, right? That's a new dynamic. Like, there's tons of optimism. Like, I just see this team. I see Ryan Barnable took another step this year. You've got so much to be optimistic about, but I just think collectively as a team, you know, this is a team that could beat you anyway, and it just seemed like every offensive possession as we got later in the season, it felt grindy, right? It didn't feel like, oh, they're going to score here. It just felt like everything was a grind that they had to earn, while defensively, you saw them making mistakes late in the season you expect early in the season, right? Guys left wide open. You know, we saw tons of defensive mistakes, and maybe that was hidden. Maybe that was hidden by a great start by Chiliano this year. I don't really know, Cody, but it just seemed like it's so hard to put your finger on one thing. Everybody seemed to regress at the wrong time.
Can I say, I guess I got one more question for you. We'll get into it, chat with Rush Nation. I know you're the busiest man in Saskatoon also. Changes, I know we're early in the offseason here, John, but I just need to know what's going through your head, because I know my opinion's going to get asked. I know Sean, Keegan are getting the same thing. You go into the offseason now, what's priority A? Who's back? Who isn't? What do you think is the main focus this offseason?
I think the main focus this offseason is finding a defender that is big and strong and can keep up the pace with these guys. I know you're looking for a unicorn. Like, Levi Virch is kind of the prototype of the guy you want to see. He's just not quite there yet. Virch was a first-round pick. He's got the size, he's got the strength, he's got the smarts. He's just not quite quick enough yet, right? So to me, I don't even know a name you'd throw out there, but I think to me you might have to sacrifice some of your veteran pieces on offense to beef up the defense. I think you bring Chiliano Kaisic back, but I think maybe you give Tommy some extra looks, right? I mean, even if you got to play, like, obviously, Chiliano's a veteran guy. He's getting up there. Maybe just these last 6-7 games, he was a little bag. Maybe next year you're giving Kaisic 4 or 5 starts and really see what you have in a guy that's been touted as a great goaltending prospect. Maybe you let a guy like Austin Shanks walk. I'm not saying that they should, but do you sacrifice an Austin Shanks to sign another defender or 2? Right? This is a salary cap league. You can't have your cake and eat it too. But are you letting certain guys walk, giving bigger opportunities to maybe a guy like Brock? You got a guy like Brock Haley who's still playing for peanuts. You got a guy like Josh Sawada that's playing for peanuts. Levi Anderson. Do you maybe sacrifice a veteran on offense to bring in a veteran or 2 on defense?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting offseason, John. Love you, brother.
Love you, brother. Come on.
It was a great
On-air
season.
hug.
It was a great season there. Alrighty, the post-game show starts now.
Game is over, but the conversation never stops. Back at the broadcast booth, here's Cody Janzen on the Rush Radio Network.
Well, not exactly how Saskatchewan thought it was going to go down. They fall 16-13 to the Toronto Rock as we jump into the post-game show here. We're live on 12 Live. Download the Simple Radio app, best app in the game. Post-game shows presented by CoolBet, best place, best odds. They absolutely crush out everything NLL. CoolBet.com. Always the best odds, quick and easy deposits and withdrawals. You got to focus on transparency, responsibility, and security. Register today. CoolBet.com. All right, let's bring in the experts here, Sean and Keegan. Keegan, I want to start with you here. What did you see tonight? What went wrong? What happened, man? I'm just curious from a former player what you saw out there.
I mean, I think I'm as shocked as you guys are, to be completely honest. I think in the second half there, like, we really saw Toronto's transition game climb a little bit of a ladder. And we didn't really get the same out of the Rush. And I think that was a big piece of it. But, ultimately, and boys, it's tough for me to be critical here. Like, I just took a season off. I'm trying to go back.
Beller, you're going to be back in the league next year. Come on. I
can't be grilling.
That's where, the analyst side comes in. And again, we appreciate you hopping on here, man. You're the biggest beauty out there. But, it is tough to be critical. It's tough to be critical in my position, too. I fully get you. That is not an easy spot to be in. But it's just one of those things where, hey, the fans are going to have questions. They're going to have questions for us. It's not fun. It's just one of those things where it sucks, man. Losing sucks. You've been around it. It's not fun. Doesn't matter. Winter, summer, any sort of ball. It's ugly.
I hear you. I mean, to be completely honest with you, watching that whole second half, I don't know if there's a single thing you can put your finger on. The goal scoring obviously slowed down. I mean, you can't deny that. You had your first two goals quick in the second quarter or a third quarter, sorry. And then it kind of slows down a little bit. I mean, you get the goals 6-on-5. I thought it was a great time to pull the goalie by Jimmy. Great move. Obviously, the 6-on-5 worked last week. It worked again this week. They got 3 goals on 6-on-5 play. But ultimately, I think the transition, they out transitioned us in the second half, and I think that made a difference in the game for sure.
Of course, that makes a difference. Sean, what's your overarching reason the Rush lost?
You know what? I think it's something we talk about a lot this season, even during that 10-1 run they had earlier, is, putting in that 60 minutes. Again, you maybe saw, maybe 1.5, 2 good quarters out of this team. And one really turning point I thought was that Mark Matthews goal with, just over 3 seconds left in the third. It almost felt like that was the deflating shot to this team. And again, those defensive breakdowns, and you talked about it with Frank Scigliano, it seems like he kind of regresses towards the playoffs. He's kind of did that most of his career. I really would like to see Tom McIsaac take more starts and take a little bit more that load off of him. And otherwise, there are some bright spots, but tonight I just saw where, as Keegan kind of pulled out, I don't think you can put one thing. It's just the multiple things that just went wrong for the Rush tonight.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if you can really put the blame on Frankie or the guy was the goalie of the year last year. He stood on his absolute head in the playoffs. I don't think it's a necessarily panic and need to throw Isaac in when Frankie just came off being the goalie of the year. I think Frankie's still a top 3 goalie in the league, to be completely honest with you. And I think as long as he wants the net, he deserves the net, to be completely honest with you.
Beller, I appreciate you jumping in and saying that. I was kind of, I don't know, Sean's made valid points. You're making valid points. It is really tough to kind of go over this one and from a 300-foot view kind of break it down. But like we talked about in the pregame show, whichever goaltender obviously played better was going to win. Whichever team got out to a better start. And both of those go Toronto's factor, right? That's, the pregame presented by Coolbet. I think we broke it down perfectly. We're in the postgame show also presented by Coolbet here. But quarter 1 presented by the PA Predators. It was Toronto took a 6-2 lead, outshot the Rush in that one as well. Quarter number 2 presented by the Prairie Gold Lacrosse League. Saskatchewan came back. They had it tied 7-7. They had an opportunity, and it just ends up going to the wayside there as they find themselves down 8-7 after that Latrell Harris goal in transition. Halftime presented by the Mac Cup. We said, all right, Saskatchewan's actually got a chance here How are they going to respond? Who is going to step up? And you see Brock Haley score early. You see Robert Church with a big goal. You see this team tied 9-9. And then quarter number 3 presented by Loading Lacrosse. The game changer comes. It's Levi Anderson has a goal gets called off. Absolutely changed the course of this game. Would have made it 10-9. The place was buzzing. Instead, Toronto comes back with a couple of their own. It was Boucher and then Matthews put them up 11-9. And going into quarter number 4, presented by Source Embroidery, that's exactly where Toronto pulled away. Finished 16-13 for the Rock. On the power play, presented by 11 Creative, the Rush were 1 for 2. Robert Church with the lone power play marker. The penalty kill presented by the Moose Jaw Mafia. The Rush penalty kill was 0 for 2. Maybe the Mafia, Lane and company, are going to have to step in there and have some thoughts on that, as I know it is their specialty in shot blocking. They're excited as well. Hey, we appreciate everyone for supporting the broadcast here all season long. Final shots on goal, 62-48 in favor of the Rush. Loose ball battle, the Rush 81-71. Face-off battle, Nasa 119, Rowlett 114. All right, Beller, let's talk about the starts to games. Why, again, is Saskatchewan struggling early?
Again, like, it's hard to put a finger on a certain thing. Like, obviously, getting into playoffs, it's a new season. Emotions are high. Sometimes you are so prepared for a game that it throws you off a little bit, right? Like, sometimes mentally you're so dialed in and checked in when Dalek scores early in the game there, like it throws you off from what you pictured the entire pregame and all that kind of stuff. I said it at the halftime. I don't think there was like major breakdowns on defense or anything like that. Like Boucher scored a great twister on the inside. The pick and roll again scored another great goal. The outside shot, full screen. There was maybe one goal there that you could say it was a little bit deep from Dalek, but it was an absolute howitzer from the outside. Like I again, slow start, but you could kind of see with the trends of how the Rush were goals against wise. Like they don't have the greatest first quarters, but second quarter they start rolling, and then the game flows on from there. I don't think there's a certain thing you could put your finger on for having a slow start. It happens, man. It's lacrosse. That's the beauty of the game, and that's the sucky part of the game too.
Yeah, Beller, I feel you in that. And it's just the frustrating part. And I guess what pisses me off, and I think Rush Nation would agree with that, is just that this felt like it was their year. This felt like an opportunity for the Saskatchewan Rush to make a run for it, man. Like you see San Diego knock off Colorado tonight. You see Buffalo and Vancouver go down. These are all winnable games. The Rush dominated San Diego. They held Georgia to 4 goals in a game, right? They beat Halifax twice. They beat them 4 straight times. This feels like a season where Saskatchewan had an opportunity, and again, I think it's Eric in the chat that said it, like this feels like the Rush just lost the NLL championship again, because I truly believe if they get past Toronto, they would win the league. Sean, am I crazy in saying that?
No, I'm right with you. It's just one of those things, like it almost seemed, just kind of looking back when they had that 3 games that I believe was a 7-day stretch, and that's where things just seemed to change when they lost, 2 of 3, 2 of them being in overtime. And I don't know, it's just something there, that's when things started to change and things just weren't kind of clicking, and they were just trying to feel themselves back again. But yeah, it just feels just like a huge missed opportunity tonight.
So Beller, am I crazy in that one? Like, this feels like a bigger loss than just a regular quarterfinal because of how the league shaped out in the last 24 hours.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying in that, but at the same time, like I've literally been saying the entire broadcast, this is playoffs. It's a different season, right? Like the Rock might have gone through a couple struggles early in the season. The Rush went through some struggles, but none of it matters. It's one game. And then you go into the next series and you got to beat really good lacrosse teams twice, which is really freaking hard to do. So I completely understand what you're saying. I know Rush Nation is feeling probably the same as you guys are, but this sport is really hard, and every single player in this league is really really good. Like
It's all right. I know
especially with the
Cody's going
Panther
to
City
rank me
folding.
with. Sorry, Keegan.
Sorry, just with teams folding and having the dispersion draft and we obviously I don't know what's happening with Philly next year. Like I don't know if they're gonna move their
They're
franchise. I don't know
gone.
what
Come
the
on.
rumors are with that. But you got 25 to 30 guys on each roster that could easily play full-time minutes in the NLL, and there's no space. So every single team is going to be good. So I completely hear what you guys are saying. I'm this league is hard. It's really hard. And sometimes, like, yeah, maybe that power play goal bouncing off Kerr's stick and getting a lucky bounce and going in. If that doesn't go that way, if Churchy's shot is a quarter of an inch to either side, it doesn't go right in Latrell Harris's stick for a breakaway. It's the little things like that. It's lacrosse. That's just how it goes, I guess.
I love hearing your breakdowns because it's coming from an actual lacrosse player, unlike myself. And so we get a lot more insight there as Keegan Bell joins us on the post-game show here. I feel like those little things definitely make a difference. But yeah, again, the social media is going crazy right now. I'm on Twitter at Janner on PXP. Obviously, people are in the Facebook chat too. I know the YouTube chat's got a few comments there. Like, let us know your thoughts. I'm curious. Let's start with this one from Dalton, though. And he says, when is it Isaac's time? I don't know how quick we can really have that conversation. I don't think Frank was on his game. Frank was unreal in playoffs last year. It was an off one. But it did feel like a game where maybe you need your backup goalie to step up and win you one. And I don't know if they have the trust in Isaac yet. I know he's young, but I think if you give him a few more regular season games, maybe you do. I guess, Sean, you can go first, and Bell, you can follow it up. Like, I'm curious as to your thoughts on the development of Thomas Isaac, and I know Dalton wants to know when you guys think he could become a starter in this league, or at least play meaningful minutes.
No, for sure. And like to my first comments there, I mean, I'm not saying we should throw Frankie out with the bathwater, throw him to the curb at this point. Not at all, actually. He's still your number one guy for sure. There's no doubt about that. But I know I've liked what I've seen from Isaac when he's been in net, but it's one of those beasts where, goaltending, it takes a while to develop. You don't see guys, there's very few guys who come in this league as 20-year-olds and just light the league on fire. There's very few exceptions. I mean, we've seen a couple in the league, but it's very few. And so I think you got to give him, at least a couple more years at least to develop a little bit more. And I mean, he's going to be learning against a great guy, behind a great guy like Frank Chiliano.
Beller?
Yeah, I think on the Isaac piece, like the guy is going to be a phenomenal goaltender, and I can guarantee that for everyone that's listening from Rush Nation, like this guy is going to be special. I promise. But I think for right now, Isaac has probably one of the best role models in the league to be behind right now. Like, let's not look too far back. Frankie had Christian Del Bianco behind him. And then look what happens there, right? Delbs is one of the best goalies in the league. Frankie's still one of the best goalies in the league. Now you got Isaac slowly learning from Frankie, waiting his turn. I think whenever Frankie wants to hang him up is when Isaac is going to be ready. Like those two have probably one of the best like goaltender relationships that I've ever seen in lacrosse. So if Frankie doesn't think he can do it anymore and he thinks Kaizik is fully ready, that's when the time will come. But I don't think there's any need to hit the panic button here and get rid of Frankie or force out Frankie and start putting Kaizik in. I think Frankie has still been one of the best goalies in the league. And I don't think there's a sense in hitting a panic button and needing to make a drastic change in the goaltending department.
Sean, I'm going to ask you this one. It's from Tanner, and he just says, did we get out-coached tonight? Sean, your thoughts?
Oh, boy. It's hard to say we got out-coached because, I mean, you look, Derek Keenan's one of the best coaching minds in the league. And, I mean, Jimmy Quinlan is getting there. I mean, he's still learning, too, behind the bench. I don't think as much as out coaching. I mean, there's things that you, at the end of the day, it's the players that have to go on the field and produce. So yeah, I don't think it's necessarily been out coached there.
Yeah, okay, it's an interesting debate. I get what you're saying, Tanner, and I understand. I think we kind of break down the starts of the games, and that is where the frustration, the issues come about, and so maybe you say it's coaching, maybe not. Beller, I got a lighter one from you, and I was actually left it in the chamber from earlier because I was supposed to ask you. T wants to know, how is the hole in your haircut? And I'm supposed to ask you about a sunroof story here. We got to get something lighter going on here to lift the moods.
No, this is what I've been worried about all day.
You have to.
T texted me and told me she had a question lined up.
Oh, it's the post-game show presented by CoolBet. We have to get to it.
Oh no.
Come
okay,
on,
so
Keegan.
basically when my hair gets wet, it doesn't look as good as it did a couple years ago. We'll put it that way. There may be a couple gaps. It might not look as full as it used to. So in joking around with T in the locker room and stuff like that, my mom got a new car. Is this little Fiat that doesn't fit big guys. So I'm 6'5", and this car is not made for people that are 6'5". So when my mom got it, she wanted me to sit in the driver's seat as a joke, and we had to put the sunroof up because my head stuck out of the sunroof of the car. So my mom's got a great picture of me sitting in the driver's seat of this little car with literally half my head sticking out of the sunroof of the vehicle.
That is unbelievable. Beller, I knew there had to be a good story with this. T would never set us up for failure. She's the absolute best. So that's a good one there. Alrighty, we do have to get to a couple more here. Ryan says worst weekend of the NLL season. Yeah, I mean 4 teams get eliminated. Now you got the number 4 seed, the 6, the 7, and the 8 battling it out for a league championship. That's also what makes the NLL the best. I truly believe that anything can happen. Makes it fun. It's good for the game. Rob wants to know what do the Rush have to do in the off season. Sean, I'll ask you this one instead of Keegan, and I'll give Keegan a different one.
Yeah, I don't think there's need to be wholesale changes. That's for sure. I completely agree with what John said kind of after the game there. I think you need to bolster up your defense a little bit. And I think what's going to be interesting is this upcoming draft, because as Keegan mentioned, we don't know what's going to happen with Philadelphia. If they move, I mean, that's one thing, but if they fold and you have a dispersal draft, that could completely change what you're looking at and what you could be looking for in the draft. As for departures, oh, that's tough. I think the pieces are in place. It's just tweaking like 1 or 2 things. Maybe move a couple guys, but I don't see wholesale changes needed.
I agree with that, Sean. I think the biggest thing that stands out to me, though, is that this Rush team is lacking size, especially on the back end. I think that, and again, I'll talk about it more in the offseason. I'm sure I'll get a couple more interviews here and there, and I'll jump on local radio or a podcast and be able to break it down a little bit more. But it was very clear that Toronto was the bigger, stronger side, and I think that that definitely hurt Saskatchewan. As the season got tougher, the games don't get easier as you jump into March and April, and just having those big presences, those physical presence, I just feel like that was lacking a little bit. Okay, Rick's got this one. This can be the last question as we are coming up on 4 hours of commercial-free lacrosse here. Beller, I like where Rick's head's at with this. It's the same one. I don't know if you even answered it earlier. I kind of talked to John about it. What gives you optimism about this Saskatchewan Rush team? What do you see? You know the guys, you know the roster, you know the setup. Like, what gives you hope? What gives you optimism for Rush Nation? Why should Rush Nation be optimistic going forward?
Well, I think first things first, this group in the locker room, like, everybody loves each other. Like, this league, like, it's hard sometimes for people to understand that you come in, if you play Saturday, you fly in Friday, you practice Friday night, you go to sleep, you wake up, you get shoot around in the morning, you go for a little team lunch, you play Saturday night, and then you're home. So you're seeing each other for probably less than 48 hours if we did the math on it. And then you're going home. And you don't see each other for a week, sometimes 2 weeks if you got a bye week. This group is so tight, and they can literally, everyone in that locker room can literally say that they love each other. And I think that's something that you don't get on a lot of lacrosse teams. And we have it here in Saskatchewan. So that's first. I think the second piece is the pieces that you have in place right now are phenomenal, right? Like, Jimmy Quinlan is going to be one of the best coaches in the league. Derek Keenan is solidified the best coach in the league, right? He's got the most wins in NLL history. So there's no doubt about that. These guys care about their players more than anybody, more than anything. Like, every one of them, when I got hired on as a firefighter, every single guy either texted me or called me, congratulating me, making sure I knew that, if I wanted to come back, they would make sure that I was able to come back. Like, this group that is in this locker room in Saskatchewan is special. Is special. And I promise you, they are going to get it done at some point. And I hope it's when I come back and I'm on the team, because watching them this year it's been tough. They've been really good, and I'm like, oh, maybe was I the problem? But I'm telling you, these guys, the pieces are in the right place. They got some learning to do. Like, good teams lose first, and that's how it works in every sport. And I think we're going to have a good team here in Saskatchewan for a long time to come.
Well, Beller had enough fun facts for the evening. I've got one nugget that Bell may or may not have forgot about. With the one and only Keegan Bell in the lineup, the Saskatchewan Rush went to Game 3 of the NLL Finals and were a quarter and a half away from hoisting the most prestigious trophy in all of lacrosse. Without Keegan Bell, well, it's been a disappointing Saturday night, and the quarterfinals have come to the close, and the Saskatchewan Rush season has come to an end. So, Beller, I can see you already back in a Rush jersey next season if it works for you. We hope you get healthy, man. We all missed you around the rink this year. Huge thanks and props to both of you guys for jumping on the post-game show, pre-game show, doing this all. This was an absolute blast. You guys are warriors, too, because there has been tech issues that most veteran broadcasters would drive their head through a wall for. You guys have been absolute legends. Sean, Keegan, Thank you so much. Now is when I get on my soliloquy here and just thank everyone who was a huge part of the season. John Fraser, my color commentator, Heather Morrison between the benches all season long. So many people to thank. Tyler Warwick, Allison Hladdy with the Rush. Again, Jackson Emery helping out, producing tonight. Everyone in Toontown, Rush Nation, the absolute best fans in the league. Again, a few hundred more people at this game in the quarterfinals this year versus last year. And 24 hours ago, Saskatchewan just got a foot of snow, and the roads are awful. It's just, it's something where, hey, I think you got to tip your hat at certain times to what the people of this province go through. They're the best damn people in the world for a reason. But it's an absolute honor. So for myself, Cody Janzen, thank you again, everyone, for an incredible season. We hope to do it again next year. And again, it's just one of those things where Rush Nation, I think you got to stay optimistic about this group. They got a damn bright future ahead. Thanks for hanging out with us on the post-game show. Thanks to Jeff Beck at 12 Live. Download Simple Radio. Listen to it all the time. It's the absolute best. And, of course, Eric and Keenan at Netfront Sports. You can watch RMLL action live all season long. Let's sign off for one last time. The Saskatchewan Rush season comes to a close. 16-13 is the final. The Toronto Rock take this one. Corner, Sinclair got turned over, and Eric Johnston has it. He scored a beautiful goal yesterday against the Fort Saskatchewan